Ding ding, good morning. All right. How's everyone doing? Me getting a little bit of volume at open today. What's up, guys? Yeah, I know. Cat's moving up in the AM. It's up like $2. A little more. You were a second late. Friendometer feels bullish AF. Uh excellent news. I'm glad to hear that. I was attempting to make a coffee. I'm not sure what I ended up with, but I'll drink it. I had a dream cat gapped up to 183. Definitely always trust cats, except for J-Fresh. Well, yeah, it's fair. Guybrush for MOASS. It's a day too early, JC. You just want me to put him up there anyway? Fubo getting slammed. News? I didn't see anything. Let me see. Oh, it's not getting hit that bad. Small sell-off. Not even a very big one. Um, no. No, it doesn't look like there's any relevant news, at least. Futures are continuing to push up. Hmm. My cost basis shows 3,000 right now. Is that an improvement? Ah, that's the problem. There we go. Ugh. All right. Yeah, Fubo just looks like kind of like a morning short. Usual nonsense. When you fail to make proper coffee, you end up with American coffee. Yeah, pretty much. The market's getting kind of slammed. I mean, futures are doing pretty good. Dixie's still moving up. Bond futures are down, like T-bond futures. Holy shit, Hang Seng and Shenzhen got fucking obliterated last night. Good day to stay away from Baba, maybe. Hmm. Did you cut your AMD calls for October and November? No, I still have November calls. I averaged them down a little bit last Friday. Oh no, TDM must be sleeping. It shows I paid 300 per contract as opposed to 50. I'm just wondering if others have the same issue. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, if anybody's having the same issue on TDA, let me know. Thoughts on CPI, new lows coming in? I think it's core inflation is going to continue to grow a little bit. 1 million GME shares borrowed. Hmm. Mentioned last week that Rev is a better as an IV play. Should I sell my shares for an 18% loss and full port that into Jan 35 calls? I mean, the point of the shares is that if it keeps running, or at least the reason I bought shares was if it keeps running after I sell out of my Jan 35s, I still have exposure. Or I can use them to, sell like in the money covered calls and capture some of that IV bump. I don't understand your coffee game. You like espresso, but then you chill it, so you drink it cold. I don't get the allure of cold espresso instead of just regular cold brew. Well, cold brew is not coffee. It doesn't extract anything except caffeine and brown. So it's just brown caffeine water versus cold espresso, which is extremely extracted. It has all the volatile organic compounds and flavor. Can you explain why the bond market being on pause affects GME? Well, if GME has ETF FTD settlement today and tomorrow, it would push forward settlement from today into tomorrow. It's a bank holiday still, so all the settlements delayed, in addition to the bond market being closed. The bond market doesn't really have a lot to do with GME, I suppose. No, French press does extract. It uses hot water. You need hot water to extract all the flavor compounds. You can make cold brew with hot water, but that's not really cold brew anymore. Then you're just making coffee and chilling it. I only drink espresso cold because I don't like hot beverages. I think it's weird. Like drinking soup. I extract my caffeine using liquid oxygen, then take dabs of crystals like a real man. Alright, I can respect that. Caterpillar going to the moon today. Jimmy's not doing too bad, actually. Jimmy escaping. I don't know if the market's really bringing GME up, because the market's not really moving up. It's kind of just stagnant in this range right here. What's happening is market ups are bringing GME up, right? So upticks on the market are driving GME up, but downticks are not, because internalization or utilization's at like 70 right now. Gotta love that strong positive correlation. Positive beta for the win. For those of us on the GME get back to profitable grind train, when would you consider selling some CCs? Uh, Probably tomorrow. I mean, at a higher price when they're worth it. On a bump in implied volatility, ideally. Stop watching your long-term play and get Upstart back on the screen. Both of those are long-term plays. Upstart's doing good this morning. Okay. The VIX is very high right now. Uh, it's a bit unrelenting. Your CCs don't spark as much joy as they used to, I suppose. Are you feeling a dip before the RIP scenario and Revlon? I don't know. We'll just see what happens on the 13th, right? And Revlon's getting pushed down, but that could be for a number of reasons. You know, not all Revlon shareholders are present at the moment. Some of them may not be so confident in the outcome of the hearing. What's the very earliest we could hear Rev news? I would think the 14th, at least one day for the decision. I mean, they can make the decision immediately, right? Why are people talking about the dip before the rip with Rev when it's almost down to $4? If the news are good, this is for sure just gonna rip. Yeah, I mean, I think people are forgetting how hard it moves up with any amount of buy pressure. These are both looking pretty spicy. Everything's just looking great except the fucking actual market. Oh, there we go. Stopped out. Lame. Are you taking any downside protection for Rev? No. Can you please talk a little bit about your current thoughts on your Apple calls position? I don't have any Apple exposure. Just interested to hear on sentiment X high unrealized loss percentage. Um, what's my Apple position look like? I don't even think I have it open right now. My Apple position's pretty close to where I entered the majority of it. Um, minus several days of theta, but I have until November. Majority of my position's still at 145. And I'm just hanging on to it. If it moves back up with the market, I mean, I'll probably not make a lot off of it, but I'll probably come back to about break even. Can you elaborate on why you do not want to enter Sherwin-Williams yet? Is it only because it's not at your desired range? Yeah, they could also miss on earnings, which is right around the corner. It's been 100 years since some VUPs. You mean the beginning of August? Beginning and middle of August? You know, when it was last trading at almost $50? I assume you're talking about GME. If Rev didn't want to stay operating, why appeal the delisting process? I mean, yeah, they wouldn't have, but obviously they want to stay in business. When you say tomorrow is the first day for XRT FTDs, could you explain? Do you envision a series of days within a window where all those FTDs are coming due? Tomorrow could be a low number of obligations. No, tomorrow's the first day of Rule 204 settlement, which is forced closing of any FTDs created on the first day of Reg Show. So FTDs that have persisted for 13 consecutive days have to be cleared by market open tomorrow. That's like 10 years. I'll say it. Chicken thighs are my favorite. Okay, they're pretty good. Did you eat anything exciting this weekend? Yes, I finally, after several days, completed making a beef stew. Um, Mostly due to my own inattentiveness. But yeah, it was pretty good. Did Rev IV tick up 7% since Friday? I'm trying to remember, but it looks like it's bumping. It's been slowly moving up every day for the last few days. Does this not look like forced covering of those obligations? Not particularly, no. Any progress on Return to Monkey Island? No, I haven't gotten a chance to play it again. You'll be okay, Gherkin sister. Thank you. Well, so wait for Vops. Let's talk about the important stuff. Turkey burgers or grilled salmon for tonight? Oh, definitely whatever you do, not turkey burgers. Turkey's gross. No, I just wash the dishes. I don't really have a problem with that. I have a dishwasher. I did have an okay weekend. Thank you so much. I hope you did as well. No, I don't like any turkey. Is your doorman your dishwasher? No. He doesn't even do his actual job. You think he's gonna come to my apartment and do my dishes? No, I never played Tim. Spy barely down, but Vic's up hard. Doesn't this just show people are still piling into puts? No, it shows that volatility in the market is high. You know, most of the time, volatility is inverse price, like a statistically significant amount of the time, but it's not always inverse price. Sometimes things like war and stuff like that can raise volatility without price necessarily suffering. No, I fucking hate turkey. End of story. It's disgusting. Dry, shitty meat. Just bad chicken, and they're ugly. It shows that options are expensive, yeah. Teriyaki or sriracha honey for the salmon glaze or old school, just salt and pepper. How about oregano and lemon? You know what I mean? Is there any way to invest in rhodium without actually buying it? Probably. Could Jamie go over 30? It could. I don't know if it will, but it could. John Smallberries, welcome along, Johnson. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, I know Sava's dead. That's why I've been selling fucking bear call spreads on it. Fat stacks. Sell the IV to all the bulls. Wait, are you one of the bulls? I'm sorry, Mr. Poopy Pants. But also, thank you for remaining bullish. I have had a properly cooked Thanksgiving turkey. Disgusting. It's the worst part of Thanksgiving. Rev OI on Jan 35C is insane. Yeah, we got really bullish in here one day and created an unusual options alert. Yeah, I don't want to eat sleep chicken, okay? If I wanted to do that, I'd just cook my chicken with NyQuil. The worst part of Thanksgiving is Uncle Jeff and his handsy ways. Do you have a favorite Thanksgiving dish? Stuffing. Not the turkey, but the stuffing. Really? For how many calls? I don't remember. It was a lot. I'm gonna like the stream just for that comment. Strictly inverse to my normal behavior and punish you. Oh no. Could the Jan 35 OI be a cause for delisting? No. Allegra chicken greater than NyQuil chicken? Yeah. I don't know where this it comes from both inside and outside the bird. But stuffing's the best. Or at least in my house it was. I'm a bit sleepy right now, but when I wake up, I'm going DEF CON 3 on Florida people. The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Floridian because I used to live there. Okay. DEF CON? Or DEF CON? This sounds like when you say I'm going DEF CON on Florida people, it sounds like you're going to a convention as an active shooter. You know, it matters, grammar and spelling. Oh, how would I understand a Kanye reference? That guy's crazy as fuck. I haven't listened to anything he said in years. And today I've prepared for you a NyQuil marinade for the chicken. Don't forget to boof the stuffing, Julia Child. You know, Kanye West at least proves a really important point. You don't have to be sane or intelligent to be rich. Musical genius, not same like regular genius. Uh, I mean, maybe once upon a time, but his new music's awful. Which upstart or rev has higher probability of VUPs between now and January? I mean, Revlon has higher probability of VUPs this week. After that, I mean, Upstart's just not going out of business or being delisted. I missed the first part, Sam Jones. Was there a first part? It seems like that's a follow-up statement to something else. Are ETF FTDs tomorrow also relevant for Upstart? Yes. They very well could be. Another SPX floor at 36.20 like on Friday? Or is that moved? Thank you. A bunch of the puts at 36.20 closed on Friday. Right now, the big put walls are at 3600 and 3650. So we're kind of just like locked in this range. With call support at 3640 and 3595. So, lots of delta neutral positioning is probably going to just lead to us trading sideways. I'll check. They push an update I think around 10:30, and I'll check it again and see what it looks like. What are upcoming important days for Revlon? October 13th and October 28th. What do you got? What's this? Ooh. Hmm. I like the similarity to February there. At least with XRT. Also kind of looks like GME's hit its low. Or at least its first low. That's yeah, it is super fucking bullish. I know. I see that. Do futures often lead the SPX? No. I mean, yes. They're the price of the SPX maybe in the future. Or at least where people want them to be at that point in time. Ah. Okay, I think I get it now, Sam. Sorry to bother you about this, but what are upcoming important days for Rev? I should put something thoughtful here. Are you still bullish on Revlon? I haven't sold it yet. Do you expect movement on the day of the Rev hearing or once a decision is made public? I think if they're not being delisted, the ETFs are gonna have to buy back in, which could kickstart volatility. We still in the olive area on SPX. We're still in the middle area between the pimento and the olive. But we are moving into the more olive area day by day. You notice the IV jump this morning? IV on my Jan 2023 was insane. And on Revlon? We're about to see a replay of the Feb 8-9 run. Really similar setup. Oh, wow, Coop Dog. Really? Thoughts on more bear calls on Sava? Ivy's still up. I already sold him this morning. Feb 8-9 calls. But there's no February calls. Oh, he's talking about the GME run, like February's ETF FTDs. Although I'd prefer August's ETF FTDs. I don't think we have enough FTDs. GME volume looking above average today. I mean, it's definitely higher than it's been for the last like couple weeks. But not a lot of pre-market volume, so I don't think we're going to see ETF FTD covering today. Generally, that kicks up in the pre-market. So supposedly, and I only heard rumors about it. Russia's missile attack struck one of the German consulates in Ukraine. Supposedly, not supposedly, you dick. I said it correctly. What's wheat doing? We finally going on a food run. It's up 5%. It's been moving a lot, actually, over the last few weeks. Nice gains on it so far. German embassy in Kiev got hit, didn't it? Yeah, that's what I heard. That's, I mean, and obviously, like, technically an act of war now. You were talking about building a small paper trading account, but didn't want people to ghost your position. As if that's the case, just wait 2 weeks to post updates. Yeah, I was thinking of doing like delayed updates or something like that. But at the same time, if I do that, then like people can't practice the strategies. So I've still got a lot to think about in regards to that. I'll let everyone know. What kind of beef did you use in the beef stew? Chuck? Is it I didn't say it was an embassy. What are your thoughts on October or November OPEX run for GME? Is the setup there for one or the other? Um, God, it looks super bullish for October, but I have my reservations. Now we'll see. I mean, I'm gonna get exposure to both. One is likely to hit. They are, definitely back and shorting vol again. Maybe more gently than before. German Visa office hit by missile. Is that why V is down a bit this morning? No, not that kind of Visa, Tim. What's wrong with kinda sorta ghosting on the small account? Isn't that the point? Also, the ghosting will never be that accurate. Well, that's part of the problem, right? Is the inaccuracy of it. Why not take the end of weekend stream to compare moves on the paper account and discuss the week prior? I'll think about it. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it or not, but I'm thinking about it. Do you see any options repositioning on Rev? No, not really. Are we going to get Octopex? See, we were going to call it that, but here's the problem, Mike Zero Profit. um, it's not the 8th OPEX of the year, right? It's the 10th, so it's technically Decapex. Both of these names are awful, but I do love them. Also, 3 cruise missiles flew through the airspace of Moldova. I went over the supports on SPX earlier. 3600 is a big support. 3650 is a big resistance. That's about it. It's very sideways already, as you can see. Delta neutral positioning into the latter half of this week is going to keep the market fairly choppy unless some big news breaks. There's no such thing as a safe play, Matthew Hodge. Or a safe trade. I mean, even investing isn't safe. It's not without risk. I just bought 50 November 4 $35 GME calls. Looks bullish as fuck. GME not going down with the market with increasing volume after the last ultra low volume week. It does look nice. I'm not gonna lie. Gamma flip point is at $27 today, so that's kind of cool. I wouldn't answer any more beef stew questions. People are gonna ghost your recipe. I mean, that's fine if they want to. It was delicious. Thanks, Six. Yeah, Cat's doing very, very well right now. Yeah, but then what do we call November? Novopex? And then December gets Decapex? It's just a mess. Tesla dead, bruh? Let me check on it for you today. They beat earnings in China or something, or production. Tesla's up today. It's roaring back to flat at 22.25. It's got some potential this week, but I know what you're looking for, and that's just never gonna happen. Like, you need Tesla to like short squeeze or something, Victor. Like, you're gonna need a full-on bull market and a massive number of obligations to achieve your goal. RP didn't tell me anything about his plans for Revlon. What's the gamma flip point on Upstart? I don't know. I don't think the hedge. I don't think the hedge let go on Upstart, but 2805. Ooh, kind of bullish. Huh. Ooh, that depends on my mood, Alan. Any guesses as to when the Fed is going to lower the RRP overnight rate? Probably shortly before they start pulling back rate increases. So, end of 2023, middle to end of 2023. Probably like September 2023. November is 11sies. Yeah, I'll probably sell some cover calls on GME this week. How do you feel about the prospect of hyperinflation in the next few years? Super unlikely. This isn't like the 1920s. We're not going to get blindsided by it. There's lots of ways for us to get out in front of inflation before it gets that bad. What's the GME price target for the club remix of Full Bull? 30? Can you take a look at wheat? Yeah, it's up. 942. That's that's what we wanted, right? We wanted the price of it to go up. That was the point. Upstart got slaughtered. Jesus. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a terrible idea, Snake Whips. Have we gone from beauty influencers to weight disciples? Oh, no. No, no, no. With the $40 GME calls I bought for last OPEX finally gonna go green? Probably not. Tesla is the most shorted money-wise. It feels like Feb 2021, VIX up, AMC up, GME up, Tesla up, rest red. Yeah, volatility positions outperforming because VIX is spiked. Rev Gen, what do you think? This already is Gamblers Anonymous, Paris. So you're waiting to sell CCs on GME? So juicy right now. Yeah, probably not today, but we'll see. Should take a gander at top. IPO'd same day. I mean, those are all just like money laundering schemes, right? Nice. I'm glad you got out of it, I guess. It looks like it took you on an interesting ride there. So, answer me this. Did you get out with a profit? Or did you just like buy and then end up bag holding for 2 months and then just got out today? It looks good. It looks like the price is going to continue up a little bit. Usually, know GME has a tendency to run at 69-day intervals. Because everything in the market is cyclical and it doesn't run in 69-day intervals. That DD is just super wrong. Also, the counting is just random. Like none of those intervals are actually 69 days. They're just like roughly 69 days. And they're like, "Oh, this looks close enough." Yeah, T plus 69 booming on SS again because they still don't understand it conceptually. So they get really bullish about it, right? Anything confusing, complex is generally a good reason to get bullish on super stonk. The less they understand it, the more likely they are to think it's great. How far in expiration should we usually sell CCs at for maximum gain? I prefer to sell them fairly short dated because the rate of decay is much faster. But I mean, you can sell them however you want. If you're selling out of the money, you can sell further out. The risk is selling into OPEX periods when the stock can run. What do you think GME has cooking beyond a motherfucking NFT marketplace? E-commerce and increased e-commerce sales. But you remember, like, they had to do something to keep investors interested. And the NFT marketplace didn't really cost them all that much money to develop. When crypto bull cycles again, they'll make a shitload of money off of it. It's a few years out, but it'll be profitable at some point. But their fulfillment centers, I mean, weren't even open, or the leases didn't even start until like April of this year, and they have to outfit those and get them up and running, and that takes a lot of time. People don't want to wait for stuff like that. Cat is good for war rumors. It's not terrible for it. I mean, they do have a lot of government contracts. Any reason I shouldn't short end phase into next year? I don't know. None that I can. I don't know anything about them. I'm guessing you have a thesis. Swiss down 8.2%. Cool. I opened a buy right on wheat last week for October 21st at 10C. I hope I get a sign, but even if not, I'm still winning. This feels so great. I'm very, very happy with the profits from the wheat position at this point. It's much better now. There's a lot of holding though. It was boring play. How are they shorting Upstart while on Reg Show, or are they? I mean, you can still short a stock that's on Reg Show. It's just harder, and it creates obligations. If Rev squeezes, can they be in a similar scenario to GME, allowing them to better consolidate their debt or clear it? Yeah, it's very like part of part of the thesis for Revlon is it's very advantageous for the company itself to attempt in whatever way to trigger a squeeze on its stock. Because otherwise, the company could die. I don't think so. I think you might be able to use VXTLT as a rough proxy for the bond market today, or just bond futures, right? Any idea why APDN is up 60%? It doesn't look like a squeeze from the short float percentage. No? People might just be buying it. Does the crypto bull cycle go hand in hand with QE? Probably, yeah. I mean, you've really got to get institutions willing to take on a lot of risk in order for them to start pumping money into crypto. Those Jan 20th, 2023 1C on that company are getting cheaper. Ooh. Don't don't do this to me. Okay? Because the distance between GME's runs isn't 69 days, and it's always the same amount of time because all the runs happen on OPEX, which are all equidistant from each other. How do you think Jimmy will perform in the next earnings report? Close to positive EPS? Could even be positive. We'll see. I think probably 2 quarters to positive EPS, but it may just be one. I mean, if they pull back SG&A hard enough, we could see a positive quarter. Why do I have an uncontrollable urge to boof failing companies? I don't know. That whole situation's kind of interesting. I was reading into it a bit last night until I passed out. they just found they just found a pattern, right? And they're just leaning on it super heavy, but it's not correct, and it's not what the original DD is talking about. I know you were, Esrel. What's your take on AMD, especially with their move on Friday? You mean the massive drop on Friday due to their atrocious leading statement for their earnings? Honestly, I think Lisa is gonna come out with some crazy shit on like the next gen video cards at the earnings, and everyone's gonna get bullish again. But we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, things aren't great right now, and I'll be more reserved in my expectations. But Lisa Sue's never lost me money. By passing out last night, do you actually mean 3 hours ago? It was like 5 hours ago. Yeah, institutions could come in if we hit positive EPS. Some of them. Not a lot, but some. Thoughts on Black Friday? Probably a lot of really good deals. Inventories are packed. When was the last time GME had a million volume within the first hour of trading? A couple weeks ago. Mini bull trap on the SPX. Yeah, looks like it. You need to get that sleep schedule together. We need a healthy, well-rested Gurk. I mean, I could stop using futures analysis as part of Pickles picks, write them at like 5 p.m. and reduce their accuracy. Yeah, I didn't think so. Don't do that. Nasty double top off 3640. Didn't you say there's a bunch of calls there? There's also a shitload of puts at 3650. So right now, the two big call positions in our range are at 35.95 and 3640. And then the big put positions are at 3650 and 3600. So we're kind of just locked in this range. It'll be interesting to see if IV starts to, or VIX starts to drop. It's not right now. It's still up a lot, but oh, that's interesting. Isn't he considered like a activist investor? I mean, he's definitely a con artist. Why are they hammering upstarts so hard at this price? What's the long-term goal here? Short a profitable company into bankruptcy? No. They overcrowded the short position and now they can't get out of it. So the goal is to try to keep it in range while they cover some of their shorts without creating too many more. The problem is they're creating probably just as many failures as they're clearing. That's no, absolutely not, Stefan. That's an affront to, well, shepherd's pie at least. I'm not sure you can offend British cuisine, but you might have. Oh my god. Yeah, spy going all the way to 3,600. Whatever shall we do? Maybe the market will just crash. That'd be cool. Oh, my puts. I forgot about my straddle for a minute there. It's not up a lot, but it's up a little bit. Something bond yields, but the bond market's closed. I was pooping while the market started pooping. Am I the catalyst? Yeah, keep going. Please. Yeah, T-bond futures are getting hammered. Bit rough. 134 basis points. Man, that's slipped hard. So much volume. Maybe the Fed's finally doing some QT. Is Black Monday racist? I don't think it has anything to do with race. That's like asking if a black car is racist. No. I thought it was Cyber Monday. Jesus Christ. A little weird. Dixie dipped hard. Bond yields futures going up. Dixie recovering a bit, but big moves. I mean, for massive sell-off in T-bond futures. That was a lot of volume. Black Friday is a reference to companies' push to go in the black, which means profitable. Black Monday is a reference to there being no light to be found in the markets. Can SPX just go to 3,000 and GME to 23 so that we can all buy the market and then this chop is over? I wish. I wish the SPY would drop to like 2,600 or SPX would drop to 2,600 and the Fed would tell banks that there's no more on RRP. Same day. Just emergency Fed announcement. No more on RRP. Go figure out somewhere else to keep your money. And then the same day SPX can hit 4,000. No, it can't because of Luddle halts, but it'd be cool. How about the Fed announces they're not going to return the RRP money one morning? Say, guys, so overnight the reverse repo burned down, all the money's gone. What a perfect solution to overprinting, right? It's like, ah, shit, we lost it. Is that the warehouse that burned in Chicago last year? No, that was the obligations warehouse. Oh, today's going to be so boring. I already know. No, it wasn't really the obligations warehouse. It was like a TDA server bank or some shit. Next Fed update. Inflation wasn't caused by printing too much money, but not printing enough. QE back on the table. Apparently, long dated British bonds are collapsing despite BOV intervention. Yeah, Bank of England buying back gilts was fucking stupid, but that'll be fun when it starts to unwind. Oh, don't you even start Karen Deep SS. Oxy a good price sub 70? Not really. It's better like sub 60. Are you still holding your 3800s? Yeah, but they're for November, so I'm okay with that. I bought more last week on Friday. They put a cap on it and finishing soon. Oh, okay. They don't care about anybody's comments on anything the SEC does. They don't care about retail's comments. They don't care about institutions' comments. I can't think of an instance where the SEC has been like, oh, this comment really makes a lot of sense. We're going to go with this idea that's different than the one we already had. There's a whole bunch of comments on XRT and how, you know, 10 years ago they knew it was being used to facilitate naked shorting and borderline illegal market liquidity. And they didn't give a flying fuck. They're like, oh, cool. I'm glad you feel that way. We're going to keep letting that happen. Would it be genius to take out a 50K loan from Upstart to buy Upstart? No. That would be very stupid. I don't think the BTU 5 minute looks all that bullish. If they go out of business, you still have to pay back the loan. You think it's a good idea to buy SQQQ and hold on to it till the end of 2023? Yeah, it's not bad. What if a company did offer to let people buy stock on credit? I don't know if that's legal. Probably not. What's the Upstart bear thesis? That's a good question. Um, the shorts are fine. They can just keep the price low indefinitely until they can close out a sufficient number of FTDs to get it off of reg show. I mean, they're definitely not underwater, right? Yeah, companies don't have to report the share buyback until it's completed. And I think because of safe harbor provisions, even if it's completed, they don't have to report it until the next earnings call. I already shorted Airbnb a ton this year. I'm a turtle. What's a spread? In what context? It can mean a few different things. Shorting PayPal? I mean, it's gonna drop with the market, but they pulled back their like excessive fee thing that they announced. I don't know if it's worth it. You're shorting the news. It's kind of probably not going to be very impressive. I got too bullish and cut the short leg of my spy strangle. Hard to do, but lost money on both legs. Congratulations, Cobra. I probably should have sold the long leg of my spy strangle this morning, but I didn't have enough time. It like gapped up and immediately came back down. Fortunately, the short leg is doing quite well, so if we could slip another like few BPS, I'll be pretty happy with it. My real account is bussing. My paper trade account is bussing. My real account is sussing. Interesting. Call put spread. Are you talking like an option spread? It's generally an option strategy where the opposite leg covers the counter positional risk. A spread is when an edible substance is placed on a sweeping manner upon an edible surface, usually comprised of a network of complex carbohydrates, colloquially known as bread. What's the best way to approach selling put credit spreads? I see lots of odd ways, but you're making 10 to 1 and one loss kills you. I mean, a loss shouldn't kill you, it's hedged. I mean, generally, you sell in like a bull put credit spread or bear put credit, like which one? Like a bull put spread, you're selling an in the money put, and then you're hedging your downside with like an at the money put or like slightly out of the money put. So sell to open and in the money put, and then buy to open an at the money put or out of the money put. That way, if the price falls too hard, your loss is capped because the long put protects the short put, and then you're betting on bullish price activity. So if the price goes up, then you simply close both for a profit. How low do you think Airbnb can go? With real estate prices going down, we could see people holding investment Airbnb properties and selling at a profit before the market really dies. I mean, you can only sell at a profit if there's a buyer. Now I can put a stop. Hold on, I gotta put a stop on my straddle. All right. I don't know. The last time I shorted Airbnb, it was at like 151, and I closed my puts at 107. The range isn't as good this time, but it could fall sub 100 again. I would wait till after a market rally before getting in on puts here, though. And their last earnings is, don't forget, they still make money regardless of how people feel about them. Oh, is that it? Yeah, stopped out. My GME is unironically outperforming my retirement account right now. I swear to God, people come in here after reading posts on Wall Street Bets and then ask you if they should follow suit. It's usually a terrible idea. Have you ever seen your order on a chart? Yeah, if you buy like small or micro cap companies and you buy a lot of it, it's pretty easy. Is there a term for losing money on both legs of a straddle? If not, can we all refer to it as the Lieutenant Dan? Yeah, we could call it that from now on. How do you decide where to place your stop? I just placed it slightly out of the money. Um, below 36.10. I got stopped out on this candle right here. I'm not gonna lie, there wasn't a lot of thought put into it. I just put it close to where it had fallen. Do you remember what caused the Fubo VUPs in August? You know, they had a like a shareholder event meeting thing where they were talking about their future plans, but I think the reality of it is that it just ran with the rest of the basket. When it appeared they offloaded August OPEX obligations due to the run on BBBY. Do you believe that there are TRS out on GME? Probably, yeah. Yeah, Rev's gotten beat down pretty hard the last couple of weeks. Down a whole $2. You can move Revlon 5% with a single share in the after hours. I don't doubt it. Shameless eye lag plugged for the day. Up another 15%. Nice, dude. Rev has liquidity. It has more than sufficient liquidity to meet the listing standards. Is there a bear thesis you can see which will prevent Rev from going nuts? Yeah, they delist it. They delist it and it goes bye-bye. And they clear all the obligations in the OTC with basically no effect on price. ETF obligations will be double stacked tomorrow because today's a bank holiday. Fed Evans, I see a narrow path to attaining a soft landing for the US economy. Nice. That just means that the Fed is going to continue to do what they're doing. It's relevant to options. It's relevant to the hedging of total return swaps. It's not particularly relevant to the swap itself. At least in the way Rho affects options. I took out a 100K loan from SoFi. I'm gonna full port into Upstart June 2023 30 Cs. All right. So bankruptcy or bust. As a wannabe Italian, what are your thoughts on Columbus? I don't really care about him that much. Do you think it's weird that the delisting hearing won't necessarily follow its delisting rules? No. Rev shouldn't be at any risk of delisting according to the rules. True. But the strike had the largest row weighting of all the strikes on the chain. I mean, calls should have the highest weighting. But rows just like, I mean, it doesn't affect things that much. No, I don't speak Italian. VIX 3350. Yep. Some like NYSE executives and probably like an arbitrator of some sort. So the greatest the greatest effect of like row on options is generally like on long dated calls because row increases their price as it rises because they have positive row. And then puts decrease in price. So I mean it skews hedging, but that's it. Like it's not like a crazy unmanageable effect. Are you bullish on pineapple on pizza now? No. Does the committee need to be unbiased to Revlon? None of them can own stock, calls, or puts, right? I don't think so. Do you have any SQQQ? Sort of. I have short strangles on SQQQ. Covered short strangles. So, well, yeah, so I own some of the underlying. For which date? I sold them for this Friday. Usually just weekly. The market's kind of volatile to try to sell them further out. buy gap fill on what, the 5-minute? Close. The call positioning to the downside is at the bottom of the gap, so at 35.95. Are tall wicks good or bad? I mean, they're not bad. They're neither, really. They just imply a lot of volatility on the spread over that time period. No, I wouldn't. So sell my puts when SPX hits 35.95. If it hits 35.95. When MOASS was real and TFE was in the chat, we used to discuss how GME was coming to a boiling point. Is the stock still under pressure, or is that era come to a close? No, it is. I mean, there's still actually right now there's quite a lot of pressure on GME. I would say it's very near a boiling point, as you put it. Before I start spamming this, did you see my last comment? No, but if it's about that stupid penny stock, I don't care. Did you DM me? Can I just check my DMs? Samantha Vogel? Who the fuck is she? Okay, but so what does this have to do with anything? Oh, you think they're are they related? Oh, you're really down a fucking rabbit hole now. That's not the same Freeman. Oh, Jesus. And no, you can't. Thinkorswim down? I have no idea. Would you consider rebuying BBBY under 450? No. Is there no pressure on GME? It would be over $5. It wouldn't be over $5. I mean, it'd be worth more than $5, but it probably would be more around like 17 or so. I don't think the shorts have had a big short position since like Feb of last year. I think they closed most of it out then. So yeah, it's always just been the quarterly shorting. Crushing volatility as it occurred. Freeman Company is an event company here in Michigan. She wanted to be closer to home, bro. There you go. She's from Menominee. How do you feel about TTM squeeze? It's okay. What time frame? It's fine on like the 4 hour or the daily. but I wouldn't use it on shorter time frames. I don't like it. It fails a lot on like the 1 and 5 and 15 minute. Like a lot of false positives. Menominee? Oh, I don't care. Do you think some same people are shorting the entire basket were the ones short BBBY? Or did their BBBY vol short get forced out by a buying frenzy which occurred in August? No. Whoever was shorting BBBY was just trying to slowly walk the price down, or were hedging a position, right? Once that put wall crumbled, they spent such a long time underpricing calls that once the put wall crumbled and the market makers rehedged, the price rocketed as they hedged all the out of the money calls at once, which was kind of exactly what we talked about happening on BBBY. But once those calls sold off, and Cohen and everyone sold out, that it was dead, right? There was no more play there really. I have the day off today apparently. Woo. Wait, you're just finding out now? How are there mustard, ketchup, and relish charts looking for Upstart? Pretty good. Just curious if you're selling CCs at all. Not yet, but I will be. On GME, I assume you mean? Yeah, I haven't sold them yet. Upstart going into a megaphone pattern on the second day. Okay, for all of you guys that are, like halfway through technical analysis of the financial markets, for the love of God, stop talking about megaphone patterns. I beg you. Did I miss a rant that scared off the super stalkers again? Seeing 1K watching. That seems about average for right now. People only watch the stream when the stocks are running. If the stocks aren't doing anything, everyone does other shit with their day. Okay, Dad, we can go back RBB. I mean, Upstart can just move back up on very little pressure, right? I don't know what everyone's so concerned with the intraday activity of it for. Girk, I made white 8 times this week and my wife never woke up. If only I could brown and not cry. I hate throwing away food. Don't you think it's a little early in the day, Kendra? Jesus Christ. Just... I want to play StarCraft 2 and Chivalry 2 all day, I think. Alternatively, See what Mork's up to. Since nobody has a real job to do today, we could do the pretend job. Does making white mean what I think it means? Probably. What if the thing you think it means is terrible, then yes. Thanks, Rusty. I appreciate it. Guys, if you could, dislike the stream. It's a huge help, and it means a lot to us. It's a great way to show your support without any type of... Yeah. Thanks, guys. You're just too small-minded to understand Kendra's philosophical underpinnings. He's like the Neil Young of Ko-Fi's, centuries ahead of his generation. At least he's not as boring as Neil Young. So that's cool. I appreciate it, not Superman. Is NASDAQ 10,000 points technically significant? Would going below cause a panic? Probably not. I don't know, it's like mint or something, some sort of mint. Why? Why do you need the 1 minute chart? Because you want to feel the rush of nothing happening? How are you hedging CPI and stuff? Skewed or 50-50? Probably delta neutral positioning. I'm still bullish. I think I'm bullish on CPI. So like long-term bullish, but near-term, yeah, I'll hedge my downside a bit. Rev 2023, 35 C-Bot an hour ago, still not showing a brokerage account. Order was filled immediately, but not in my account. Have you tried closing it and reopening it? Toaster strudels have white all over them. Watch this stream every chance I get. I play D2R and listen. When stock's running, I check in, but runs are so wild. I always catch the end of day wrap. I feel like I learn most on slow days. I like the slow days. I feel like when we do have conversations on slow days, they're better. Like once we hit like the OPEX period and stuff, and there's like 2,000 people in here, it's too hard to like accomplish anything. Just the straddle. My port's hedged with VIX, right? Which I really want to get rid of some. Any pressure to test the higher part of the 3,600 to 3,700 range? Not really, because there's a pretty hard wall at 3,650. I like the part where you ignore me regardless of the viewer count. Smells like Updog. I see everything you say. Monday is my day off. I always make pancakes and watch the stream and cry about my monumental physical, emotional, and financial losses over the past 2 years. It's the best. What a positive way to spend your day. You're not a pigeon whale, bipolar bear. Although silencing you is tempting. Bank of England just stated that they're going to expand the temporary quantitative easing. I'm assuming that's reverse repo. Is this significant? Yes. That's cool. Let's go test 3650 now. Yeah, right? So he's right, you do ignore him? No. That actually made my day. I'm a simple man. Thanks, bud. You got it, dude. If bananas get too expensive, what will people sub for? Blueberries? Banana flavored pudding? Banana flavoring tastes better than bananas anyway. And I think there was like a study, like it tastes more like the way bananas are supposed to taste than actual bananas taste because they've been cloned so much. Does the channel offer gift cards? I'd like to make my grandma Maxine a pigeon well this year. She'd be pretty freaking stoked. Well, Maxine's gonna have to sign up herself. Have you guys ever had the blue bananas? They taste like banana pudding and they're phenomenal. I'm allergic to them, but I'll eat them anyway. I just have to take like a lot of antihistamines in advance. So since I'm allergic to fruit, sometimes what I'll do is I'll take like 6 Allegra and then just eat a giant fruit salad. It's the equivalent of being lactose intolerant, taking a bunch of Lactaid and eating massive amounts of dairy. On busy days, there's too many people looking for answers to questions they don't understand. On days like this, those questions really get asked. So when the answers play out, they make sense. Yeah. Are October 28, 18 CSPs and Upstart too long dated? And is it best to sell them a week or two out? Yeah, I mean, you want to be careful because the market's obviously in a precarious and volatile position. So you don't want to sell too much theta on them because that means that, you have a longer period of time in which you have risk on the table. Unless you want to buy Upstart at 18 bucks, in which case it's probably fine. Getting an influx of cash from a deceased loved one on Wednesday. Okay. I want to prepare for CPI directional move. Should I front run with a straddle or just wait for after the report? I mean, the market's not going to stay flat. So, a straddle will make you some profits, but remember that, a straddle has a downside. So the profitability of a straddle is limited because of the hedge. The Rev chat wants to know if that guy's grandma has a ramp we can borrow. Revlon doesn't need a gamma ramp. Okay, here's the deal. If volume comes in on Revlon, it's gonna trigger another like cycle of FTD events, right? Because there's insufficient liquidity in the underlying to facilitate large volumetric moves, and they're going to be forced to locate a bunch of shares, and that's going to create churn, which is going to in turn increase IV and probably lead to some sort of price spike. If no volume comes in on Revlon, well, then we're just going to lose all our money. I've been out for the past week with COVID. Oof. Looks like we're anticipating a run to 31 in the near future. Are you looking to sell CCs at the top of the run or holding off for now? I'm looking to sell CCs at the top of a run. How many shares of Ape have you bought so far? 0. I also sold the AMC that I had before Ape was a thing. Thank God. Oh, and before it was worthless. My wife bought me a blue banana plant for Father's Day. I can't wait till it makes some fruit. Oh, awesome. If you were invited to a JPOW Halloween costume party, what would you go dressed up as? You know, this is a perfect example of real questions being asked and being answered. Um Obviously I would go as Christine Lagarde. I'm really tempted to sell one Fubo $4 CC for that sweet, sweet $9. Just sell in the money leaps, Dork. It's a win-win, right? You get an interest-free loan of almost what you bought the shares for. And you defer your taxes out an entire year. If the price drops back down to like 285, you could buy it back. Is Upstart a good buy at 18 in your opinion? Well, given that I have 7,500 shares at $23, yes. Can they hypothetically internalize all of Reb's obligations because the float size is actually ridiculously small? I mean, they've done it several times already. But don't forget that the borrow rate's still like 100%. Their borrow rate isn't 100%, but I'd imagine it's still very high. Don't tempt me, Frodo. Just one of the problems with the US food chain is the lack of the variety because of consumers' taste. In other parts of the world, there are at least 5 varieties of banana. All of them taste better. Huh. Yeah, the Cavendish banana is just meh. Oh, Jesus. When pimento sweetmeat? Into this like Friday and next week at these in this price range. Like in this price range, you have to wait for the pimento to like fully complete, right? So since the price action has opted for the theta over price, then we have to wait till theta starts applying pressure to their positions. This is October 21st. And remember, these positions are largely cash settled. So if they're in the money, so like all the 3,800 puts, they're just not going to ever close, right? They're not going to close till here. Is it the Cavendish that's dead? I don't remember. What's the one we eat? What price would Fubo have to drop to for you to increase your position size? $3? Purple Dorito? Don't worry about my purple Dorito. Think Cat could test 177 before CPI. Oh, to the downside? Yeah, sure, it's possible. For Halloween party at J-Pow's house, Big Daddy J has big bull energy. You don't think he visits the Dans on the regular to get all that milk out? Yeah, of course he does. He's got to clear his obligations just like anyone else. It's the gross Michelle that died? Okay, that's what I thought. So I close my Fubo CCs, ready for a bounce back. Now I just sit and wait for that bounce or big sad. Why not both? Why don't you wait for the bounce and be big sad simultaneously? I'm feeling degenerate. What date is the upstart play for? I don't know. Some point in the future? Yeah. This year. I'm targeting this year. So then dress as a Dan for the Halloween party. I would never stoop so low. Why get the American ascot mommy when he already gets the real one for free? True, but he does like the ascots. If Rev and Upstart Moon, what will you do with the profits? I don't know. Throw them in something boring? Did you trim Apple calls at all? No. I mean, most of my Apple calls are for November. I still have some 145s for October 21st. I'll just hold on to them. They're pretty cheap, so I don't really care about them too much. If Fuba hits $6 and I'm still holding shares, I'll become a pigeon whale for a year. I hope you haven't been assigned at 4 by then, Natty. I'm holding October 28 calls at 390 that are deep underwater. Would you sell and roll out now or wait for a bounce this week? October 28 calls at 390 that are deep underwater. Would you sell and roll out now or wait for a bounce this week? I'd probably roll them out. It's not really a sufficient amount of time to test 3,900. Is Rev likely to keep declining into the hearing? Probably, as people sell it. Did you stay at your house since the maintenance guys kicked you out temporarily? It was only for like 6 hours, and I just like went and got dinner, and then I wandered around aimlessly for a few more hours. How do you determine accurate support and resistance lines on tickers with no volume info like SPX? Well, SPX is all options. So you can use, there's like volume estimators for SPX, but I usually just use like the like open interest charts. No, I didn't go to eat with Gaff at Kava. If I eat Greek food, I generally go get good Greek food. No interest in eating at Kava. Is Upstart doing a thing? Yeah, it's currently moving from 2061 probably up to yeah, here at 2093. So big 30 cents right now. No, I wouldn't say I'm an introvert given that I spend most of my time talking to people on the internet live every single day, hundreds of them. What's up, Dominic Joseph? I am having a pretty good one, man. How about you? Are you having a good one? I'd be having a lot better one if the call side of my straddle would fucking print. Check DM. Ooh, what do we got? Squirtings? Ooh. I mean, that's kind of squirty. I really wish you'd stop showing me things that indicate October OPEX, because it's too spicy. Look at all this volume. 200,000 shares. Dumb motherfucking bears. I can't wait till CPI blows their back out. I just want CPI to shake them a little bit, you know? That's all we need. Are you sure you're live and we aren't all figments of your trade imagination? Maybe, but either way, I'm okay with it. Why so many pores in chat today? I don't know. Bithead hasn't been around for like the last week. I mean, I'm still getting exposure to October OPEX. I already learned that lesson with May. Never will a monthly OPEX go by that I don't have exposure to. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. You know it's fun having GME leaps, so you're always ready for OPEX. Yeah, I love paying for shitloads of theta every day, just in case. Is JFresh more bearish than Gaff and Rev? He has zero confidence in the play, and I understand it, but I do not agree at all. That's fair. I mean, he's just basing it off of the, like, his bearishness is based off options positioning currently. How low do you think Baba can go? You say, for example, AMD can go sub 50. I mean, Baba's kind of a trickier situation as far as valuation goes. It's already massively undervalued. and extremely exposed to like international economic conditions. So yeah, I mean there's really no way to say how low Baba could go. It's pretty cheap right now, right? It's at like 78. It's near its low, like all-time lows, or recent all-time lows at least. Remember when JFresh was bearish on May OPEX? Well, that's because there's another aspect of OPEX that isn't readily visible, right? And that's the covering, because we can never know how many obligations are need to be covered. We don't have any visibility on that. And so, all of our assessment has to be hedging and positioning around that covering. But sometimes there's just a lot of shit due, right? I mean, I don't think institutions are going to do degenerate things with Revlon. Yeah, I agree. I mean, there are effects of sentiment in the market that cannot be analyzed, right? That's why, like analysis only gets you so far, and quantitative analysis is used for risk management. Yeah, sure. The human element's definitely important, especially on something with as low a float as Revlon. I don't disagree with you. I mean, I still own it, right? And I'm looking at all the same data that JFresh is. Is there an equivalent to Control F to find words in video? I don't think so. No one's ever accused JFresh of being a traitor, right? It's like not where his expertise lies. He's getting better at it, but I mean, he's just telling you what the numbers show, right? I think more than anything, he doesn't want to see people get burned. And he's not wrong. I mean, the options chain on Revlon is very bearish. Is it possible we don't get rev news this week despite the meeting being the 13th? Also, 1 year mark, woo. Congratulations, Nesquick, on making it a year in here. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we might not get news on it this week. We could. We may see activity before the hearing. No, Revlon's too low market cap for Wall Street bets. Fresh equals trade fresh. Fresh equals tasty. Tasty trade. Wait a minute. When do you think the Library of Congress will add your streams to its archive? Never. 1,500, 5,000 open $25 puts for October 21st is over double the next 10 out of the money strikes. Other than the ETF due date, what bullish factors do we have going in our favor for this period? On GME, the biggest bullish factor we have going for us right now is the hedge flip. October 15 15,500 open $25 puts. Interesting. I mean, so far, not enough puts on the weekly to skew the hedge down yet, but I'm sure they'll come in if price remains stagnant. Pretty sure he got called worse when he reports that DRS is never going to finish. I mean, he's probably not wrong. How many days has Upstart been on the threshold list so far? Since September 2nd. Quite a while. I know, I was just making the point, I guess. He's very, very intelligent and not wrong a lot. If I told you flip a coin, if you win, I give you $10. If I win, you lose $1. No brainer. Yeah, I agree. And that's that's what Rev is, right? It's extremely high risk, but very high reward potential. It's not a no brainer, but it's, a play. It's a type of play, right? It's very all or nothing. Although I don't know, maybe I'm more bullish on it because I've already made a lot of money off of it already. I don't know if I think JFresh was in Revlon initially, but I can't remember. What's so compelling about Revlon, really? Like the most compelling thing about it is because of its extremely low float size. IV on it. Market makers have to price up IV very, very, very rapidly, right? And so IV can move up like 200 points in, a single day because of just volume, right? And with the $35 calls, you don't really care so much about the price, right? Like Delta is going to move up based on the implied volatility, not the price of the underlying. So we care far more about, like, if you're holding 35 Cs, you care far more about IV going up than you do about the price actually hitting 35. Even if they go to short it, right? And they're starting to, like, they're going to generate a shitload of volume to try to um short it down like sub 10 cents and seller box it. That's going to spike IV really, really hard, and those contracts will still be worth more than they are now. Rev shares may not pan out. I mean, they may not. If IV spikes, I mean, you can use them to sell covered calls, right? The point of the Revlon shares is to have exposure if you've closed like your 35 Cs. And at the time I bought Revlon shares, I was closing my $35 calls pretty often. And so, in the time frame from when I sold them to when I reopened new ones, I needed something to bridge that gap in case the price kept running. His net worth is tied to Revlon largely, yeah. SPX broke the downward channel that has lasted for like 3 trading sessions. Time to run. Has it? I think it's got like a ways to go. We're looking even further out than this. It's like what? No. I don't see a breakout there. Maybe another test of 3650. Ooh. What I want to look at. Yeah, or 3640. I hope not 3640 because that'll just mean that my straddle doesn't print again. I would at least like it to break slightly through 3640, right? There's call volume there. There should be upside potential beyond 3640. So what I'm hearing is you may still be bullish on Revlon. I mean, I am, right? Like, I think it has a lot of potential. There's a legitimate Wall Street billionaire that has his money, his pride, his ego, and his fun success is tied to the company. His ego won't allow it to fail, in my opinion. I mean, he could have bailed it out already, right? But he hasn't. That's a bit concerning. I mean, I understand not using your own money until you have to, but what's the break point there? And it's not his net worth, right? I mean, Revlon's worth $230 million or something, right? And he's worth several billion. Yeah, I mean, the market cap's 238 million. He owns about 213 of that, but his net worth is like 4.5 billion. So it's actually a very small part of his net worth. So I don't think he's as intrinsically tied to it as you're saying, but I mean, obviously he wants it to succeed because it could be worth much more. How do you plan on positioning for a potential GME October OPEX? The same way as always, man. Next monthlies between zero point 0.3 and zero point 0.1 delta. I know. I just don't want to overstate his like net worth investment into Revlon because it's not accurate, right? How can Perelman initiate a squeeze? Well, if he's lent out his shares, he could trigger one. Um, Delaware corporate governance rules, because he owns so much, allow him to buy the remaining free float and take the company private. There's a few ways he could trigger a squeeze. 45 days, zombie bacon, calendar days. Where would Rev trade likely if it paid off its debt? Oh, it'd probably be worth about 20 something dollars a share. It sure looks like they just covered all the FTDs out of the gate this morning, huh? They're not due today. It kind of looked like there was some market pressure, and then don't forget that, utilization was really elevated going into Friday. So that increases our sensitivity to market pressure, and market maker gamma is still net negative. What statute is that in Delaware? Oh, I forget the name of it. I posted it in the Revlon Discord at some point. Or maybe even in the announcements channel. Do you think Rev volatility will continue rising going into a hearing? Possible? Yeah, IV's up a little bit today. Not a lot, but a little bit. Is Perlman our new RC? No. Please don't. Don't do that. The results are in. I'm a progressive centrist. Results of what? Are you just doing online quizzes now on Facebook, Dork? Is that what your days collapse to? Only an hour after realizing you didn't have to go into work? Spire already broke out of the downward trend. We'll see if it can hold the upside. Be looking for a bounce right around here. What are your open positions on GME for this expected run? I have $20, $30 calls for next Friday, which I'm gonna hold through tomorrow. I think their like delisting schedule is fairly random. Now Facebook is convincing me that I'm being tracked by birds. Accurate and true. I know, they're my birds. Ew. It'd be nice if we could pull away and break into this like stronger trend here. Yeah. I ended up with some Jan 25, 2750 because I was unable to actively manage tighter dates. I have November 18, 26, 25. Decent for GME? Yeah, it seems fine. I see you subscribe to the if you can catch a bird, it's now your bird theory. I didn't until just now, but now I do. Hopefully just a backtest of the 9 EMA and the 5. Do we see where we are in the pimento yet? Yeah, just riding the diameter all the way into expiry in the most boring fucking possible way. The radius? Radius. I miss the occasional visits from your wasp neighbors. I've had my window closed. If we were to have an after hours run like in Jan, would tonight be the same amount of time since XRT was put on reg share compared to December? Yes. Wait till Wednesday? Ugh. Hold on. I'm gonna go get a Charleston Chew. You know, there's few things better. Like, I love trading. Girk's publicist, but there are a few things better than buying something really far out and then the play working out. No, it's in date, Heathdale. Like, after all the goddamn questions I've had to answer about wheat, I just want to laugh at all the people that paper handed it. You know what I mean? It wasn't gambling. It was me predicting the future. How dare you call it gambling? Yeah, wheat's killing it. God, futures are so bullish. And the market's just being an asshole. Well, here goes Dixie again. You know, my biggest motivation for leaving the world of corporate finance was being able to say tickers the way I want to. Instead of, being like DXY. Just imagine being a young Gherk called into the HR office for maybe saying Dixie's up in front of female coworkers. Being explained to how that's inappropriate. And I'm like, it's an index. Wasn't inappropriate. I wish the Dixie was wrecked right now, Heath Dill. Currently, it's overperforming. How did they respond to Cenas? No, it would be like SPRT or the name of the company. Or at least that's what I was told to do. She wasn't a trader, she was my receptionist. Can you give a quick breakdown of how the markets are today? In line with expectations, unfortunately. I thought funds were mad fratty. I mean, not big ones. They're super PC. I mean, except on corporate retreats. Then everyone's so coked up, no one knows what's going on. I don't know if the term squart has ever been used at a hedge fund, but it should be. Since we're a bit slow, can you talk about the pros and cons of puts on the SPY versus calls on SPXS for midterm bearish sentiment? Calls on SPX are really good. XPXS. This is gonna fucking bounce now, watch. Are really good for large moves in the market, which have been happening a lot lately. Otherwise, without a large move, like several hundred basis points, puts on the SPY are just better. You can capture smaller profits and you don't need the underlying to move as much. I don't know about that carbon based. On the 13th, Sisyphus, for the 9,000th time. Thoughts about debit Suisse? Jim called it a good buy at 3. I looked at it right now. It doesn't look so hot, Jim. I mean, to be fair, it went up after he said it was a good buy. It's back down again. Wasn't it at like yeah, what it killed it on Friday, I think. It's pulling back, but I'm pretty sure when Kramer said it was a good buy, it was trading at like 392, which it's still significantly above. You guys are fucking up with the continuation of the inverse. There's now a short Jim Cramer ETF. His picks are going to be fucking gold from here on out. That way, retail YOLOs into Slim Jim and fucking gets burned. I'm buying puts on the inverse Kramer ETF. No, I'm not gonna put money on long Kramer. I'm just gonna go short on Slim Jim. Listen, this is why Credit Suisse can't go under, because then who would they scapegoat for all of Wall Street's crimes? No, Deutsche is not going to put up with that shit. I'm thinking of dumping my life savings into LRC. Smart or smart? Stupid as fuck. This is the third life savings you've poured in since I've been watching this stream. Thank you for finally calling him out, Guevara. SPX back to 3650? Yeah, after I get stopped out of my zero DTs. He's like a popcorn trader is like a cat. He has 9 lives and thus 9 full life savings. Did I tell you guys about that trading Discord that I was part of at like the beginning of the pandemic? They started getting super conspiratorial. And they were convinced that Goldman Sachs and Credit Suisse were like Credit Suisse had all the Nazi gold and Goldman Sachs was investing it. That was some funny shit. What causes the difference? Arbitrage? Ignignockt? Ignignockt? Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. That sounds just like Charlie's vids. Yeah. It was super fucking outrageous. What was amazing is how quickly the conspiracy spread among everyone. And these were all like industry professionals. And like the second work from home started, they were just like, "Oh, this is clearly something we need to believe in now." I just waited for GME to bounce back onto the screen. Yeah, I think so. We don't want to look at it right now, right? Because it's gross. Inverse cup and handle on the Ford daily. I don't know. I really don't want to look. But I will. Sure. Eh, could be accumulation. But yeah, probably a lower low. Their last earnings wasn't even that bad. Why do so many people own Ford? Been watching for the past year. Figured I might as well join up. Jamie OPEXs and BBY have been great. Thanks for all you've been doing to educate. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. My biggest conspiracy theory in the markets is there was a concentrated effort by Susquehanna, Credit Suisse, Virtu, and JPM to make Citadel the scapegoat for a market crash. What? No, Citadel's their insurance fund. What are you talking about? They don't want to scapegoat Citadel. They want to protect Citadel. Citadel buys up all their risk. Come on. You don't short your life insurance policy. Fumo's 2 candles into a round of bottom breakout. Nice. Spy going hard for 3,600 again. I miss the original R options, 2016 to 2019. Best weekly picks for that time. Yeah, it used to be a lot better. I mean, like, GME ruined all of the investment subreddits. Like, our investing is just a continuous thread of what do I buy? Wall Street Bets is just hot garbage. I mean, it's always been hot garbage, but it's worse now because it's more hot garbage. Um, and there's never any like real analysis anymore. Theta Gang's still, I mean, just Theta Gang, right? Like it hasn't really changed much. Although they're all too afraid to wheel in a bear market, which is kind of funny. Um, Wall Street Bets is just a meme stock hype sub now. Yeah, kind of. Thoughts on 1118 Spy 370C? Not terrible. Yeah, I don't think those are the worst. It's a solid range. 365 would be better. Um, or at least not necessarily better, but potentially more profitable. Okay, we're doing it. I wish we could just test 3600, clear out the fucking puts, and move on with our day. Instead of like dropping to 3603, rallying back up to 3620, and then falling to 3600. Can you talk about the downside of using margin to sell CSPs? And what would cause a margin call? I mean, a margin call is going to happen if you exceed your allowable risk, right? Or your allowable margin limits. The downside would be that the price of the stock falls and then keeps falling. If I do a bull put spread on the SPY at 357, will I crash the market? Probably not. Jimmy will never go up again, not for years. I don't think that's true. It went up this morning, and then it went back down again. It's literally been a month since the price was at like $200, and everyone acts like it's just never gonna run again. Or $50. Whatever, same shit. This is bullish as fuck. I love it. Let me know when everyone starts wanting to sell their GME or if the play is over. That's that's the kind of stuff I want to hear. I know, I just still want to clock in at Wendy's this afternoon. Get a wrist brace, it'll help. I think there's a quote on that. It's like many people rush into the game of investing thinking there are predators. When they get to the middle of the game, they realize they're the prey and try to escape, but it's too late. Only the prey only the preys with well-defined exit strategy will escape. The rest will be slaughtered by real predators. I can't remember who said it. Tony Martins or something like that. It's like a kind of famous stock market quote. All right, doubled my 3,800 C position. Let's rip. A bit early, but okay. Is Sherwin play based on the idea of buying long calls now, then selling calls right before earnings to hedge, not opening the full bull call spread at once? Yeah, that's an ideal way to do it. But even better, let the price drop a little bit before entering long calls, then sell the calls for the spread before earnings when Ivy's at its highest. Do we get bad news? What happened? Nothing. Market dipped. Remember, MM selling into dropping prices, right? Also, they want to offload internalization, so the falling price of the market helps. Ivy isn't in the dumpster. It's at like 100. What are you talking about? Co-stream? Are you a podcast guy, music guy, TV guy, or sit in silence kind of pickle? No, not Tony Robbins. I don't know. I usually just spend most of my day, the rest of my day, looking at stocks. Sometimes I have like Netflix bullshit playing in the background, but I don't really pay attention to it. Market has a case of the Mondays again. It's not crashing, right? So at least we could be bullish on that. I love stock market quotes. They're always so epic because the people who write them are psychotic and narcissistic. Who's the most superstitious person you've met? Popcorn trader? Any EV stocks you don't find grossly overvalued? um, no. Toyota's pretty cheap. They're not an EV stock, but they might be a something stock one day. Can you explain why they don't want Upstart under 20? I think they just can't get it below 20. So I'm sure they'd prefer it under 20. They're trying not to create too many obligations, right? They wanted to just trade in a like relatively low range while they clear out FTDs. They don't want it to run up too high because that puts pressure on their position. And they don't want it to drop too low because that makes calls too cheap and then they get over leveraged. I love all except the gays, but only because their knuckles are so pretty. Okay. It's just Kendra saying shit again. According to the pickle jar's resident gays, Kendra is approved. So I don't know what that means, but he has some sort of permission. There's a reason why Wall Street billionaires used to refer to themselves as captains of industry, among other things. Check out the documentary Client 9. It's about Elliot Spitzer. Interesting. Have you seen anything running against the market today? Caterpillar was, briefly. It is no longer. VIX. VIX is doing great. Netflix is up 1.14%. So Netflix killing it. Eye lag. Stop shilling your penny stack. Dixie, Twitter's doing good? Really? Is anybody selling the IV crush on this? Yeah, BTU and Mo are gonna be alright. They're not really as affected, and they're like value plays. Ever since you shilled Charleston Chew, TR is up 3%. That has nothing to do with me. I don't think. I mean, Dow's not doing terribly. Like the Dow 100 is outperforming all the other indices right now. X and UUP doing well. I kind of want to puke. Why? Did you eat something bad? Missed the stream so far at work. So far as at work. What caused the GME drop? Calls selling off or in the mini puts being bought? No, just the market tanking. Abba Zaba greater than Charleston Chew. That's horse shit. The doc says straight up that the day his name came out in that sting operation, Arthur Blank, CEO of AIG, and two other executives of other companies rented out a steakhouse to celebrate. Nice. That's what I would do if I was going to go to jail. I mean, I don't think he did, but is the wheat ETF the NYSE Ticrium wheat ETF? Yeah. Tucrium? It's just wheat. The ticker's WEAT. Oh, I see. Yeah, Peter Luger's is overrated and a shell of what it used to be. Old Homestead's still really good. Rate hikes expected to continue. Rate hikes are expected to continue regardless of what the CPI numbers are. The Fed is laser focused on increasing rates until they reach like an aggressive federal funds rate of like 4.5%. Do you have a wheat guy? Not yet, but if wheat keeps going up, I'll be able to buy one. Or at least employ one. Smith and Walensky's is good, yeah. But here's the problem I have with Smith and Walensky's. If you're on like the restaurant side, it's full of like old people from the Upper East Side. And if you're on the side with the bar, it's full of douchebags. I never sleep without a packet of bologna under my pillow. I don't want to be kidnapped by a UFO and not have a snack for the ride. Is Caterpillar dead? No. Ooh. Try this again. No finance bros saying fitness squad at the bar. We're still talking about stocks here. Gonna be back at work next week to send you charts with no labels. Looking forward to it. That's like an awesome turd. I can't wait, man. Glad to have you back. And congratulations on making it through the early part of the childhood where you have to be there. Whatever that's infancy. Yeah. Get entry on Ford. So I've essentially hit my investable cash limit with enough cash on hand to buy back any cover calls I may need into the future. Okay. It's hard not to be a degen and invest the rest. Ah, yes, it is. It's hard to keep cash on hand because it doesn't make money. Cash is a position, but you know, it's a shitty one, right? Like people who are always like, "Oh, cash is a position," either don't know how to invest in things that are doing well when other things are failing, or are just too afraid to participate in the market. I do agree that some cash on hand is good for hedging and stuff, but you know, that's what margin's for. That's why I hold zero cash, aka I'm broke. Nice, man. That's correct, Grant Jackson. Margin failures really aren't very real. Keeping cash in my account allows me to keep playing the game. Hashtag Dave Grohl is innocent. No. Does anyone ever smell their cash and wonder what size the shoe the last person that had it wears? No, I haven't. But you should get in touch with Velvet. It has a dessert room? This sounds like a buffet. Dan Carl? No, I could never. Finance bros are the worst. Yeah, I agree. They're pretty terrible. What stock would be good to wheel? CSP with 5K to throw at 100 shares. I don't know. Anything with decent IV? I wrote a few up this week. What kind of drugs is Kendra on? All of them. SLD is next Wednesday, beginning next Wednesday through Monday the 23rd. Is it the 23rd? 24th, sorry. Any thoughts on how much pain is left for high growth tech stocks like Roku? Continuing to sell CCs to stay afloat, but it's the drop in the bucket when I'm losing 3 to 4K a week on my shares. Have you ever considered like selling in the money like leap covered calls and then using that to invest in shit that's safer, or to use that money to hedge your like long-term tech positions? So like if I have like Google right now, right? I'm just gonna sell like Jan 24 $80 calls. I'm gonna take the money from this and I'm gonna use it to buy like SQQQ shares, right? And then, if Google falls below $80 over the next year, I'll simply close this out. And, SQQ hedges the downside. So, whatever money, additional money is lost on it, I have a hedge, right? Just one way of holding long-term shit in a bull market or bear market. Obviously not the only way. There's other options, but that one's not bad. Thank you for your reliable daily analysis of the markets. In this isolating work from home world and scary global times, your composed demeanor and rational perspective is invaluable. But thank you so much, Moon Man. What a kind group of words that you've thrown at me there. I appreciate it. Beautiful sentiment. Capitol Grill in Manhattan is cool because it's an old bank vault, but it's Capitol Grill. So it's mid at best. Yeah, it is. It's very mid level. Why are you so bullish on the S&P 500? Why not? I mean, to put it simply, there's no equity sell-offs occurring to drive the market further down. VIX is up and puts are overpriced. Short positions have to capitulate at some point. And when they do, I'll make a bunch of money. The market's being dragged around by the hedging of held assets against the market, right? Is Goog or Google better? It doesn't matter. I guess I could, but I'm down like 40% on my position. Kind of worried about pitting myself this deep at a loss selling in the money leaps. Let me check out the chain though. Thanks for the idea. I mean, it's one way, right? You get an interest-free loan, you offset your capital gains. Because if you sell them, at this point, even if it is a loss, I don't know, maybe you're up overall. But you pin the capital gains on this year. And instead you could push them out, get an interest-free loan against your position, and use that to hedge further downside on the position. So at least you protect your current floor. I mean, obviously doing it sooner would have been better, but it's kind of an obscure way of managing a position. I was thinking about how it'd be difficult to explain to someone where I was when the Russia Ukraine went down. A pickle themed financial stream live streaming the news. That was a weird day. Why do you not expect Jimmy to be dragged up even further with the market than it will be during the FTD period? Usually after like the ETF FTD period, they get a lot more ETF liquidity and they short the stock even harder. All right, once they clear up that liquidity, then they can start shorting again, kind of like August 16th through September. That's usually like the next big leg down after they clear up that liquidity, right? Like if we go out here, I can show you. MG42. Hey, Girk, I've been watching every day for the past 8 months, and I never would have been able to turn my lame 4-digit port into an awesome 5-digit port without everything I've learned from you. I know you're still trying to decide if you should attempt to start with the 5K port. Yeah, I'm still thinking about it. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. I'll see what I can do. But congratulations on growing your port, man. That's awesome, especially in these conditions. Most of the puts that were on GME closed on Friday. I mean, I'm sure there's new ones today, but have you ever thought about doing a movie night in Discord? Not really. Right. I've been doing the same with Bobby. Basically, got to start thinking longer term, anyways. If we're thinking beatings will continue till morale improves in a couple more quarters, fair enough. DM. Ooh, what's this? That's interesting. Hmm. Looks like more entry opportunities. I think as soon as they announce that they're not going to be delisted, if that is the case, Edwin, then they would buy back. They have to do it pretty quickly, right? Because it immediately becomes part of the index again. Have you read Financial Analysis Applications and Models by Hitchner? No, I don't think I have. What are your thoughts on MMAT? With MMTLP, is there a possibility of a play with torch shorts being forced to close? Thanks for all the advice over this year. Now you stops and take profits, so no longer is poor. Nice. I don't really know. I don't really care about MMTLP's preferred like dividend shares. Maybe. I mean, they could experience volatility if they're going private. I got rugged. I got out. Nice. As long as you got some profits, man. When you first got into this play, did you ever think you would be trying your hand at a gaming stream while then having your cult followers want to start a movie night with you? No. Frankly, I didn't. Here we go. See if we find our support on the calls at 39.50. T-bond futures are still selling off so hard. Piton is falling through a short-term trend. Oh, okay. I haven't really been paying attention to Peloton lately. If someone gave you $1 million and said, turn me into a billionaire, how quickly are you throwing 500K in rev? I mean, I don't care if I lose their money, right? It's really hard for me to not keep adding onto my 360 1118s on SPY. Yeah, it's not unreasonable. Mr. Money Mustache? No, I definitely haven't. I know Jimmy has been below 25, or what I like to call the demand zone, here and there the past few weeks, but has closed below 25 at all? Maybe. I think we had one close below 25 recently. Right? Maybe not. Yeah, we did on, fuck, what was it? The 26th of September? Since then, we haven't closed below 25. Sub 20 on GME? Are you putting more money in? I'll probably sell cash secured puts. I just saw an ad for Fubo on the NFL network. Bullish. Oh, nice. Am I missing some risk with this? Everyday SPX strangle, 0 DTE, 0.35 delta, both legs 1-to-1, with total exposure only increasing once a week. Any day over 1% move, that's 50%. Viable for port growth? Yeah, it is. Absolutely. The call positioning is a 35.95, so we still have a little ways down to go. We're at 35.95.30. It may not drive a lot of price action because most ETF buying in is going to be through dark pools. We could generate a lot of volatility. Are you worried at all that shorts will cover upstart obligations on the market downsies to get off reg show, helping to remove their trap? Or does your conviction on a SPY rally keep you from thinking that? Um, I don't see how they're removing the trap on the market downside. I mean, they're internalizing active fund flow to the upside and offloading it on market drops. But that's just net even, right? That doesn't cover anything. It probably just generates more FTDs. Ooh, slipped. That's rough. I wish I kept my puts open longer. Did you close your Bobby positions? Yeah, in aftermarket when RC announced that he sold. And I closed the rest like the next day. Well, actually, it was more broken up than that. So I closed the shares I had open in after hours. Then I had cover calls, which I closed the following morning, and then sold the shares out from those. And then I had $5 leaps that I sold on like the next little bump back above $12. Like it's like later that week, I think. Maybe it was the next week. Bobby almost under 5. Might be a buy. Yeah. Based like for what? What are you buying for? All of its zero potential? I don't think there's any support to the downside at this point. Um, Let me see. There should be another update from this morning, so I'll check. Yeah, it gets a little weak below 39.90 or 35.95. Um, but put side gets weaker too. What's our potential low? Hold on. The 14th, like 35.30. It's kind of the bottom of this. It's interesting that we're getting so much downside today. $35.84 was the last bounce below 3,600. I don't know if there's really any support at that level at this point, though. $35.60 low of US 500. Why interesting the downside? Like it'll rebound interesting or like it's unexpected today? Well, the bond markets are closed today and settlements deferred till tomorrow. So, and most of the positioning is like the majority of positioning is still between like 3,600 and 3,650. If this all sells off, then that gives a lot of room to the upside. Maybe they're expecting better CPI numbers and they're going to play like the bull side on it, but I guess we'll see. CPI bull, yes. Maybe. Do you want to see something painful? What's this? Ugh, Jesus Christ. Bobby looks fucking terrible, man. Yeah. This is the historically large move you discussed yesterday. Closing calls, buying puts, 4 sigma call skew shift. Affect SPX outlook? Yes, of course. If you're truly wanting to turn BBBY around and you're Sue Grove, you hang on to baby to leverage interest in your e-commerce growth, then shed it once you've managed success in that area. Here's the problem. There is no potential for e-commerce growth because they don't have the infrastructure for it. They have like 3 distributions hubs. All of them are located in the Northeast US. So they're not going to guarantee like same day or near same day delivery unless they're delivering directly from one of their retail locations, right? Um yeah, I don't see a case for that. They have no capital to invest in growth. Their capital needs to go towards their debt. It's a slow burn, but it's going in the wrong direction. Rev looking a lot like 8-1 on the daily. We'll see. I hope so. Didn't the SPY run quite hard going into August CPI? Yeah, it did. And then August CPI was terrible. Using DoorDash to leverage their... Yeah, but you know the fees just kill their profit margin, right? Like DoorDash makes the money from that. It's just like profitless promotion. No, the pimento is still static. Bobby signed up 8 million rewards members in the last quarter at $39.99 a year. That's $300 million minus the cost to run the program, right? Whatever the margin is on that. Minus the cost of the discounts offered to the reward members. They need billions to clear their debt, not millions. And to invest in growth, they need billions more. Yeah, they incentivized it really heavily. Yes, I know about ACIW's cash flow, bipolar bear. I mean, I already said in like Tillionaires last night, as long as we're in the purple Dorito, I'm buying long. And we're in the purple Dorito, right? Do you know about Tootsie Roll's cash flow? I do, as a matter of fact. It's consistent. And if they make an announcement stating officially that Revlon isn't going to be delisted, I don't really have a price target, but up would be great. I mean, my calls at their current cost basis would print on a move to like $7, but obviously I'd much more I'd much more prefer to see like 10 or 12, maybe even 15. Do you think we see 3300 again before the bear market ends? I mean, I could see us hitting like the sub 3000 by middle of next year. Consistently mediocre, yeah, but consistent. They got a bunch of people to sign up for the rewards programs, then closed a bunch of stores. Yeah. If we're being honest about Rev, though, the potential for higher than 15 is there. It's not likely, but it's there. Well, yeah. That's just because once it goes over 15, they actually have to start hedging the 35s. Or the ones that haven't capitulated at that point, which will probably be most of them. It's gonna be really hard. Like if Rev hits 15, I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be really hard not to sell those contracts at $10 each. I bought a Rev 30C. Am I the gamma ramp? Maybe. Your one call. Did Dan's get a step stool to service tall people? You'd have to confer with them. Are you streaming the hearing? I don't think it's public, so I don't think I can. I think it's like closed door. What time is the hearing? I have no idea. It doesn't matter. It's not public, right? It'll just happen on the 13th at some point. FME 26 weekly is up 7% in 5 minutes. Woot woot. Bounce, GME bounce. Why did RC change the hearing? Okay, RC's not involved. I have GME 26 weeklies. Huh. Our best source of news for the hearing is the Rev SEC filings page, or where? And our best source of news for the hearing will be the stock price. But I'm not sure if Revlon would file anything on their investor relations page, but I would imagine major news outlets, DJI News or something like that, would probably pick it up pretty quick. Who would win in a slot box contest, me or JFresh? Neither. Your guys' beards are too thick. It'd be just a pointless endeavor. It'd go to rounds, and then we just measure your heart rates and see who was closer to death. Did you see Wheat today? Yeah, I'm aware. Wheat's doing good. Why did RC change the Rev hearing date? Wins comment of the year. Is GG going to FTD the Rev delisting hearing? No. I dug a hole behind the Wendy's. Customer is tall. They get in the hole. Customer is short. I get in the hole. That way I'm always waist tight. Genius. It really is, actually. Very, very good job. What a well-run business you have there, F1 Dan. Options ending this week are not the play. The play is to buy them for 1028 and force the MM to hedge. Ideally, yeah, you don't. I mean, you don't want them because the MM isn't going to hedge them very much if they do at all. I mean, if enough this early in the week, if enough like weeklies came in, it would force the MM to hedge them, but it would have to be a lot of them. Maybe. Hmm. Why are you guys timing out Bipolar Bear? SPX 3700 end of day? No, that's crazy. I hope. Oh man, if SPX had 3700 today, digital good time, I'd have to change my pants. Does it make sense to hedge TQQ calls with SQQQ calls? If you adjust the delta by the notional value of 3x or so, why don't you just buy puts on TQQQ to hedge? Why would you use a different equity? Like you're going to use the inverse ETF to hedge? What time is it? I should get some food, right? I've never been timed out before. It'll probably never happen anyway. Here you go. Enjoy. Vupper market carcass. Dixie's also at resistance now, so very interesting moments. We'll see what happens. I wish Japan would just dump like 500 billion in US treasuries so the market would rocket. And my yen Nikkei position will print. It'll print so hard. Ah, it's gonna make me rich. Like real rich. Who's hard? I mean, I will be if SPX breaks 3650 today. Yeah, I don't think so, Subway Cup. Who's gonna pay you to get chlamydia? Awesome, Tyler. I'm 30K down over the last 2 years, unrealized. I only make 30K annually. Hope Rev and GME go up. I hope you get a better job. What percent of your port is yen Nikkei? That's like 8%, roughly. But I have a lot of money to add to it. If it starts going my way, or if I need to extend my timeline, like my time horizon. No one is touching my chlamydia. Okay, that's not how it's spelled, and no one can touch it. It's a disease. NYSE. Are you sure you don't want to give me you sure you don't want me to give you a condescending tutorial on how to use Google? I don't mind. It's one of my favorite things. No, it's mine. Only mine. You can't have it. Okay. Did anyone mention today is National Bagholders Day? Rejoice in our recognition from on high. From the Wendy's dumpster to the White House, our sacrifices have not gone unnoticed. So hold on. I'm going to try to do this in a way that's not super condescending, but simultaneously is a little bit condescending. Let me know if I'm successful. Because I want you to learn, but sometimes it's hard to get it through the heads that are thick. Anyway. Oh, I have yen futures. But you can use what is it, JPY or FXY? FXY is the Invesco Currency Shares Japanese Yen Trust. Or there's like YCL, which is ultra yen, and YCS, which is ultra short yen. There's gonna be handshake agreements in place where Japan will not drop those treasury bonds. They've got to figure out. I mean, they've already said that they're uh, going to move against the positioning in the FX markets. So it's only a matter of time. They have to drop some of them. Their margin on their between their core and PPI inflation is absurd. It's unsustainable. It's not like an option, right? Or they need a cash injection. Either way, yen goes up, right? The only thing I've bag held is my Pi-Fi membership. Same like King of the Regards. Thanks, Visceral. I appreciate it, man. Oh, maybe I just need to switch the date to 10/7. Ha! Thickhead. Thanks, man. No problem, dude. No, you buy calls. You're long. It's long yen, short Nikkei. Spider-Man. My PPI is absurd. That's not what she said. But I like the confidence. Ban Visceral. Why? No, long yen. God damn. Don't worry about it. Just ignore that I never said anything. There's nothing to see here. Are you watching the Mariner game tomorrow? No? Is that baseball? Baseball? I mean, not unless I'm drunk. And even then, pretty unlikely. Let's fucking go World Series bound, baby. Okay, cool. That's and they're in Seattle or Maine. Who would have Mariners? Seattle. Okay. I'm watching the stream on the big screen in the living room. I can get used to this. I've seen my own face on my own TV, and I look great on a bigger screen. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's where I found my home, aesthetically speaking. 4K, 60 plus inch, perfect. Preferably with a good refresh rate. My head is huge, your ex-publicist. You should know that. It was in the press release. I don't think that baseball has an effect on the stock market. Also, can't they just lose? The market didn't crash today yet. Hat size, or I'll still believe you're actually tiny, just now with a normal sized head and water bottle. I think I prefer that. Wait till you read the DD I'm writing. It'll knock your Red Sox off. Oh, God. If the Mariners win, I'm buying puts. Nobody cares about Seattle. Only the Yankees winning can save the stock market. I thought the Yankees just won all the baseball things. Is that era over? Was that an era and now it's gone? That's like an awesome plumber poopy hands. You guys are mean. I wasn't being mean. Giants are the new Yankees? Okay. Sports have an effect because billionaires make a lot of money and then they put that money into stocks. That's like off betting? I love how everyone has their own version of who the current, like, reigning baseball dynasty is. Nobody could care less than me. Upstart Floor 2050. I mean, the 200 naked puts I sold at $20 are really enjoying that hard bottom line. All right, you can have it, JC. No problem, man. Five nine. Jesus fuck. They're getting slaughtered right now. Yeah, I mean, shit. Might as well be greedy and target that like $58 to $52 range. That's weird, man. With their earnings so good, I I'm still more interested in EPAM, but not bad. I mean, fucking great earnings. EPAM's my package software bounce baby. It treats me good. Oh, it's gonna be so great to the upside. Look at this. I can't wait for just if I could buy this shit at $160 again, I'm gonna buy so fucking much. I'm not even sure what their product does, but they make a shitload of money selling it. Okay, I know the 49ers are a football team. I'm not that clueless. Joe Montana, Jerry Rice was like my favorite thing as a child. They were just so much cooler than the other football teams. All right. Fair enough. I wouldn't say that there's a one-to-one correlation with that, though. I don't think billionaires are like, we just won the World Series, give us those loans. We've got stocks to buy the next day. These November VIX 30Ps gonna print or what? I don't know. Is market volatility gonna ever drop? They printed last week a little bit. The Giants had Barry Bonds, aka King of the Juice. Juice, not Jews. The King of the Juice was David. God, I thought you were better educated than that, Bipolar Bear. Why can't I join Dillionaire? Bipolar Pickle, I don't know. Do you know how to do it? I don't. It wasn't Jesus. Jesus. Goddamn motherfuckers. Someone enjoys finance. I know you can appreciate it when a man is roided out and way too successful at what he does. Yeah, you know what I appreciate? Just let athletes take steroids. Why not? If they want to, it only makes it more entertaining. And if they're all on steroids, still a fair game. That's the problem, is because they've banned the roids, then it creates an imbalance. I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna look it up. Some sort of it's like rugby. Italian rugby. Same like banning short selling. They still do it. It's just more complex now. Yeah. How do I become a billionaire? I don't know. There's like a button and you click join, I think. I accidentally became a pigeon whale and haven't been able to figure out how to cancel it. And that was 13 months ago. You're asking the wrong person. Yeah, Bernanke. I know. I know. Economists everywhere are reeing into the void. Is that a tax write-off? I'm not sure. I'm too embarrassed to tell my accountant about it, so how do I become a super billionaire? You mean a pigeon whale? Are you more optimistic towards price improvement with an October or November apex? That depends on what happens after this. So here's the deal: if they short us down to like $20, I'm going full bull. Um, Everyone is like steroids are bad, but I told you take this testosterone and you can play every game of a 162 game season at like 95%, or stay clean and play some games at 100% and most around 75%. Everyone is getting saucy. The difference can be counted in millions. Well, not only that, but like HGH improves healing time for injuries. So, there's a lot of other benefits besides just high performance. Also, that sexy acromyalgia jawline, right? We all know that makes the ladies go crazy. No? Oh well. You have to use the Ko-Fi link to become a super billionaire. It at least works for the Dans. I don't think rage is a symptom of taking testosterone supplements. I think that's just a I think that's just an effect of the type of people that take testosterone supplements, right? Like I've known plenty of people that were definitely juicing and they were perfectly normal and they didn't go home or beat anybody or randomly attack people. I think that's just like nonsense. Yeah, like Carl. Carl's been juicing forever and his wife beats the shit out of him all the time. He has low T though. Yeah, roid rage is kind of nonsense. I think what you have is you have a cross section. Like if we have like a Venn diagram, right? In here are the people that are not only more likely to take steroids, but also more likely to beat their spouses. And there's just an overlap of those people, right? More so than it is the effect of testosterone. Carl's the fucking best. Don't you dare talk shit on him. Ghost of Dan. Wife is a physician's assistant. When I turned 40, she wanted a firmer little Dan. Prescribed me testosterone replacement therapy. I get better sleep and feel like I'm 18 sometimes. No rage. Can we give the market some HGH? It's working on getting its own. It's going through its REM cycle right now. Well, trends just like speed, right? You know what makes the ladies go wild? Being diced up like a superhero, making millions a year, and being great at a sport. You know, that's such a weird. I've never heard that terminology before. Like diced up, like a. I've heard cut up, but I've never heard diced up. Like diced up sounds like the slap chop guy. Oh, you know what? He was from Florida too. And he beat his wife. Oh my god, hold on. BMJ, are you the slap chop guy? Imagine wait, didn't he die? I thought he like over cocained himself. No, it wasn't Billy Mays. That was the OxyClean guy. The slap chop guy did like a bunch of cocaine and then beat a hooker. Well, your response got censored, so now I need to read it. No, I'm not him. I really want to say diced to the fucking socks, but I don't feel like getting censored. Ah, I see. I still have never heard that expression before. It's clearly like a regional thing. Is this what happens when you live on the Gulf Coast of Florida? You shouldn't drink the salt water. I know there's nothing else, but after that, he did an infomercial for some other cruddy product and featured his own mugshot and joked about it. The cojones, am I right? I mean, you absolutely are. Who's liking this bounce right now? You think we break 3620? Ooh, we do. We do. My shitty call straddle's gonna print. Or well, the call side of my shitty straddle's gonna print. Not yet, but someday. I should have bought more 3630s at the bottom. We're going right back to 3800. I fucking hope so. I'm long everything right now, man. It's really bad. My port has no chill. All I know is look at this fucking 0DT option I bought when I was bored. It's up 300 fucking percent. But does your port have Netflix? I do, actually. I have bull put spreads on Netflix. Woo! Profits captured. Now it can rip even more. I still need it to hit 36.40. Stop it, my bear call spreads can only take so much. Get fucked, Cornub. I mean, I can't sell them. They're massively underwater still. I bought them on Friday, and way too many of them. Story time. Oh god. Last swingers party I went to, I forgot to bring a raincoat and didn't tell anyone. Now my housekeeper and therapist have kids that look just like me, with black hair, and they are gingers, including their husbands. Should they try to bleach their hair? No. I would move. Maybe. Move, yeah. Also, why is your therapist at your swingers party? Oh, Kendra. Yeah, I think what's gonna happen is Russia's gonna try to make a deal now. Right? It's about time. Oh my god, yes. Keep going. Hold on. This is perfect. Have I told you guys that I love this market? This is so much better than a bull market. In bull markets, you're just like, I guess I'll buy these calls for this date and that'll be fine. I only hate it when it's going the opposite way of the way I want it to go. We did it, guys. The recession is over. So Putin invades Ukraine, spends all his free time buying stocks through Credit Suisse, going long on everything, right? Then he negotiates for peace, joins NATO, boom, everything rockets. He becomes even richer than he already was. Russia thinks he's a hero. And peace in Eastern Europe is finally achieved. They'll make statues of him. It's genius. Sneaky fucking Russian. Have you taken your antipsychotics today? I don't take those. That's what you do, right? Like when you're in trouble, you take the plea bargain. Russia joins NATO and they get brand new tanks. Their tanks are old as fuck. They don't even care about them. They just leave them on farms all over Ukraine. No, I've never parked in Russia before. Why didn't you tell us to buy SPX calls today? I did. I said, if we're in the purple Dorito, I'm buying calls. We were in the purple Dorito. Now we're out of the purple Dorito again. Purple Dorito. You could also call this the Bull Dorito. I turned 300 into 2,000 on SPXW calls by shadowing you. Thanks, man. Congratulations, dude. That's awesome. I turned the stream on right when you said, "Oh my god, yes, keep going," with my wife in the car. She gave me a weird look and asked why I watched this half the day. Tell her she just doesn't get it. You need her to listen, not solve your problems. That's Spanish for little bull. Oh, Torito? Yeah. I played the song so we could full port into Costellosaurus's divorce. Play it again? Yeah, why not? Even louder? I'm gonna play it louder.
I could be green, I could be red, I could be violet and upside. I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. I could be green, I could be red, I could be violet and upside. I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. I could be green, I could be red, I could be violet and upside. I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. I could be green, I could be red, I could be violet and upside. I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. Tell me how you like it. Hashtag not a cult.
YOLO multiple life savings. I love how music gets made for this channel. Like one of the guys who like makes music for the channel will make a song and everyone will love it. And that makes the other creators jealous. And then they make songs. And that's just a cycle that I've helped perpetuate. Hopefully they don't band together and unionize. If Mike Peters wants me to take my shirt off, Kendro, he's gonna have to subscribe to the OnlyFans just like everyone else. Upstart the new spy. It's just negative hedging, right? Do you think we could hit 30 this week? Maybe. At current prices on SPX, what call put ratio would you say is appropriate for the coming 30 days? Over the next couple days, I mean, for straddles, I wouldn't do anything lopsided. It's too risky. The only way Upstart's gonna leg up is if the market does. Please say something like it's $3. Chill out. It's not even $3. You could straddle this. It might break down. Would you date a girl with an OnlyFans account? And if so, how much would she have to make on that account for you to be cool with it? I mean, I don't think I'd care. Yeah, that doesn't seem like something I'd care about. I mean, I guess as long as it doesn't compete with my OnlyFans. How's Cat Lady holding up these days? I think on some new medication. She's been sleeping a lot, which is great. She snores really loudly, like loud enough to hear it through the walls. But it's not like snoring, it's like just every like 5 minutes. Can you make that sound again? Probably not in a million years. But I'm really proud of how well I nailed it. You sound like a terrible sugar daddy. I'm not coming to live with you, that's for sure. Do your neighbors ever come knocking, asking things like if they should get into this or that position? Are you still bullish, and do puts cost same like swaps? No, but my friends do because they kind of know, so they turn to me for all of their investment advice in really annoying ways. Like they'll ask me like, "Hey, what do you think of the rate on this car loan that I was offered?" And I'm like, "I don't care about you and your trivial problems." Not really uber poor questions. Not all of them are uber poor. Just lame, you know? They're not very interesting. I have a lot of boring friends. Y'all jumps like a truck? What? What? Good to have you back, turd. Uh, you guys' hair ever hurt when you wear a hat? Like, it makes your hair actually hurt. Are these friends in the room with you right now? They better fucking not be. If you had an OnlyFans and on there someone offers you top secret stock tips worth millions, would you blow an egg out of your bum to get these tips? Personally, would ask if they wanted it whole egg or egg salad, like on its trajectory. What about soft boiled? I think you're selling yourself short there. No, I can't take the hat off for very long. Otherwise, the Louvre gets way too many screenshots of me with my hat off. And it's problematic in a whole nother way. I made Renzel a mod to help with dailies over at FWFB. And now we got ourselves the Angry Bots. So much fun. That's funny. Any chance you'll get a blowout? No, not really. On Bobby, I felt I was call heavy and should have got more shares. So on Rev, I reverse that. Now I feel like I have too many shares, not enough calls. Next bankrupt company, I'll get it right. I hope so. Because I might have one. I'm not ready yet, though. You have to wait. I'll shill it soon enough. Relax. I'm ready to be heard again. It's not GameStop, but it has even less potential than Revlon and way more crime. It's not Toys R Us. Ew, no. Stop saying AMC, Ape, Blockbuster, Sundial. And no, it's not BBBY again. It's not feces, Chaku. Also, don't talk about feces. You're going to make the market drop. Do you tell girls that your biggest claim to fame is that you're a Reddit mod, YouTuber, and beauty influencer? No. I tell them that I'm a competitive duck specialist and I enter duck-based beauty competitions all over the country because I have to explain away that picture on my Tinder. This one? I added more last time. I got this one for like anybody holding Caterpillar. And then this one for the Persian girls. You think it's a joke, but that's my real Tinder. Why you just gotta drop that on me like it's whatever? Do you then ask your suitors to meet up in Chinatown at Peking Restaurant? Can I become mod for a day? I think I have a lot to offer. Yeah, but the things you have to offer we don't want. I once won the Special Olympics, even though I'm not TikToked, and no one has called me special since I was a little kid. Carl timed you out. But what the fuck is the SPX doing over the last 30 minutes? Being indecisive? Don't worry, I'm not modding Kendra Wilson ever. You probably just keep the photos and change the name to your real name, Giovanni Lorenzo Gerxes Luigi the Fourth. You forgot Patrick. Can you persuade the spy by whispering sweet words into her ear? He's my patron saint. There aren't enough prophylactics to go around for that. I bought a 3610 0DT at 3600 test, sold them at 3590. I'm so good at accruing these tax write-offs. Sounds like it. Don't forget the treatment because it's SPX. I didn't really grow up Catholic, but like the Italian side of my family made me do the Catholic things. Like my mom never made me go to church or anything like that, but I had to have like communion and that other one that you have when you're older. I liked St. Patrick because I could respect a man that knew how to handle snakes, right? Yeah, confirmation. That's the one. Crippling guilt. Never got any of that. Fortunately, didn't get diddled either, which was phew. I wasn't like the cutest kid in catechism. So it saved me a lot of I dodged a bullet on that one. Do you have a gold crucifix necklace? No. Why did I get put in timeout? I said nothing but special things to cheer everyone up. I don't know. Ask Carl. He's the one who timed you out. Because fuck them. Are you seeing anything of note on SPX flow? Yeah, it looks like they're like not doing anything, and then the market turns bullish, and then they're like, haha, gotcha. Can you get a thicker pen? No, that's the thickest setting. You dodged Dixie Vups. I mean, I didn't dodge them. I still have half of a straddle floating right now. But I need the SPX to hit 3650 today or tomorrow so I can close. Well, 3640 would be fine, but 3650 would be better. I missed the Tinder talk. Sigh. You can always rewind the stream. So I got the job I've been waiting to hear back from. 2 weeks they will make me an offer. Do I leverage the friendometer for a higher salary? I don't know how much more money you're gonna get based on the friendometer. Does it have any real world? I mean, I guess you have the IP. Should I be proud that I got my first time out? I suppose. That's not how this works, Idaho beef. I know you played Torchlight. Isn't the 4-day run on MMTLP a product of shorts finally closing? It's pumping on low volume and turnover. I don't know. I'm not like watching it or paying attention to it. I hope everyone who's bag held that shit for months makes some money. But I have a feeling that even though it's moving up, it's still massively fucking below where it started, which makes me think that people are just hoping it squeezes and that it's not actually squeezing. MMAT is the loser. MMTLP is the payout. Totally different futures. Oh, okay. $1 runs on Cat. You know, this generationally successful company that is one of the backbones of the American economy. Anyone have any advice as to what career I can move into? I have a 4-year business degree and currently repair copiers. I need a change. Anywhere I can use my experience and technical aptitude. Have you ever thought about selling copiers? You know? I know it's fun to joke about the church doing that, but as a male that worked with children in the past, I see what that does to kids. It's heartbreaking and it makes my blood boil. Well, I know, but that's why I made light of it. Making light of it also brings attention to it now. Have you thought of actually becoming a copier? Like a scribe? Oh, they had those the last time I went to the doctor's. There's just like this like intern aged person that follows the doctor around and writes down everything they say. I need one of those. Sell copiers online, FTD them, and collect the premium. Kendra says what everyone is thinking. Kendra for mod, JFresh for mod, Gherk for same like David Koresh. All right. Thanks, sweet and sour. I'm not gonna make either of those people mods. There's nothing normal about that. Why can't the doctor write shit down? What's wrong with their like they can't use pens anymore? Why don't they voice record it? Is it so they can redact it later during a malpractice suit? No problem, Tyler. I hope we helped. I'm really excited about your new career in copier sales. I think you get like performance bonuses on the accounts. So like if you can sell a business like 10 machines, every time they reorder like toner, you're gonna get a bonus. It's like life insurance. You just retire on that shit. The fuck is a copier? Like a machine, you put paper in it, and then the same paper comes out of it, and you have two of the same paper. Did you sell GME CCs on the run-up we just had? I don't know. Did I, Stefan? What do you think? You're encouraging Docu's competition, by the way. I know. It's good to have competition. What happens if I put $1 in this magical thing? You get a piece of paper with a picture of $1 on it. Rev pumping hard, up 11 cents to 450. Damn. That's a big move. Nope. I'm not going to do it. Look at this rounded bottom on wheat. That was the 4-hour. Yeah. Scribes are like assistants. They're there so the doctor can focus on making you better, rather than having to worry about documentation during the time they were treating you. Really? I thought they were just there so that they could add to the doctor's $900 an hour billable rate. So you pay like 900 for the doctor, 50 for the scribe. They're both there for 4 minutes. Are there any monster institutional positions that could get blown up by Revlon? Absolutely not. We're going to straddle the spy for upcoming CPI. When to buy and what DTE is appropriate. Well, I'd imagine you'd want to buy it before the CPI event, and then you'd probably want enough theta to at least be able to hold it overnight. But selling CCs on that last run up have been a smooth move. I mean, unless you were going to buy them back. But that's, I mean, that's trading them, and it's not really something I'm very interested in doing. Ooh, NAS buys on Rev. That's actually kind of interesting. Huh. Yeah, NASDAQ. Here we go. This is looking better. Just break out. Keep going up. No, not NASA. NASA's not buying Revlon. If NASA's in, I'm in. You make a poll and see if I should change my comments to sweet nothings instead of sending comments about the best colors on the rainbow. Brown and white, obviously. You know, neither of those colors are on a rainbow. The wick on Cat 1 hour is pretty big. Okay. That means nothing to me. No, the scribe's there in real time. Like the doctor came in, and then this like 19-year-old kid with like an iPad on a stand came in right behind him. And they're both just standing there. It still weirds me out. I don't get it. It was not a physician's assistant. I was like, who's he? And he's like, that's my scribe. No, I didn't have to take my pants off. You sure you didn't time travel to ancient China? These are pre-med students who want to go to school for 20 years. Yeah, but get them a different job. You got stopped out of Oxy this morning. Do you think this can go back to the 58.62 range? Not without a lot of buy pressure. Like everyone wants it for the same price Buffett bought it for, right? And crude's down 100 BPS today. And Oxy's barely down at all. Well, no, that's wrong. It's down 5%. Why are my calls not? Oh, okay. My calls still look really good, but that's because they're in the money. Yeah, so Oxy's actually having a really shit day. Yeah, I don't think so. Probably, I mean, maybe you could get 57, but you might not. Imagine if you just bought it when it was like $8. Paid shadowing. Hmm. FTD is more significant for GME or Upstart? I mean, they're more significant for Upstart because Upstart's on Reg Show. Paid Shadow Legends. uh, amazing. Oh, dope. It was higher earlier. Now at 142, not looked at Pigeon Well notifications. Let's fucking go, Pores. You're missing out. you, you didn't have to time him out for that, Carl. Uh, this is my last chance to buy inside my bullish Dorito. My purple Torito. My wife, a doctor, said scribes just take notes so she doesn't have to waste time doing them. Ensures everything is documented and billed in a timely fashion. Most of them want to go to medical school. Okay, I still don't like them. That's fair enough, Carl. I'm not gonna fight you on it. What do you get for each like? Is there a YouTube prize? Like, if you get 100,000 likes, you can choose between a number 2 pencil or a kitty car eraser. I'm not sure, actually. That's a good question. If you ever get a YouTube plaque, don't worry, I never will. I want to see it annoyingly displayed every day. Of course. I mean, what I'll do is I'll turn it into an NFT, right? And then I'll put the NFT on the stream. By NFT, I mean JPEG. And I'll just keep it next to me at all times. The prize for likes is having more people show up to ask you when OPEX is. FTD clear. There is no FTD clearing today. It's a bank holiday. What's your preferred level of viewership? I don't know. I really don't notice very often how many people are in here. I have to go look, or bipolar hair bear has to be like a snarky dick. Ape has lost almost 90% of its value. What value? What's up with the global margin call? It doesn't look like it's happening. Do you expect GME FTD covering to move the stock up more than 5% tomorrow? It could, yeah. Shareholder value. There has to be value in the shares for that to happen. Do you think RC is going to pull a roaring kitty and never tweet again? Maybe. He's currently embroiled in a lawsuit, a class action lawsuit regarding PBBY, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm sure he has been advised to stay the fuck off of Twitter for the time being. I still read your comments regardless, Beerloin. I think I read everything everyone says. I just don't necessarily respond. Kirk, there's still people in Clove, believe it or not. Really? No. Even the people who own the company aren't in it anymore. Or owned the company. If I ever become a high profile individual who runs into a slew of allegations, you bet I'm going to straight to Twitter about it. Thanks, Carl. But I do read Big Dilly style. I do read. No, I can see what you're saying, even though I'm on Top Chat, Jason. Do you have a play for CPI data? Let me think about it. I think I'm just going to continue overnight straddling the SPY. And the cool thing about tonight is I don't even need to buy calls because I still have them. Here's your riddle of the day, wise guy. David's father has 3 sons: Snap, Crackle, and Benjamin? How long do you think a Rev IV spike would last? Kind of worried about not being near my phone computer if there's no prolonged upside. I mean, generally the spike in IV lasts a while. If 50-ish ENDP CC sold on a WeBull account, I forgot I had, what happens now? I mean, you collect the premium. Or already did. When do you expect GME to move near Gamma Max? Usually we don't test Gamma Max unless there's an OPEX. It takes quite a lot of volume to push us up through Gamma Max. Also, don't forget that when that volume comes in, Gamma Max moves further up, so it's even more unobtainable. Torn between GME and Apple calls. Yeah, that's, I don't know, man. That's a really tough, super tough choice. Would GME ever hit 30 again? Probably, yeah. AMD seems super cheap. Good entry or wait for the market to drag it lower. I've just been averaging down November 70s. So far it's been okay. I haven't lost too much money, but I've increased the leverage on my losses like fivefold since I started. I guess we'll see if we get that after hours FTD move. Yeah, that'd be cool, right? A repeat of Jan 6th. I'd be very happy with selling covered calls into 150% volatility at market open. Yeah, I mean, obviously a drop into open. How do we get another day like 816? I liked that day. Just wait for OPEX. No, but we do focus on how bad AMC is, so it's not untrue. Last week it burned when I peed, but then I realized I celebrated too hard and torn the tip after I won my monthly D&D tournament. Ah. 816 wasn't an OPEX though. Was it? It wasn't ETF FTDs. It was a like a risk off. And it happened across the entire basket. It was probably all pushed by BBBY running. Oh god. What the heck is Facebook Live? Yeah, Upstart's doing okay. Have you ever considered having a paper degen port where you run plays that many people would fall trap to and show how the play falls apart? Maybe entertaining if some of them work out. No, I haven't considered that. I'll add it to my list of things to consider. Haven't ETF FTDs been money? I like ETF FTDs, XRT, IWM that one time. Who knows how it's packaged, but when I see ETF FTD, I am bullishly exposed. Generally they've been pretty consistent. September's were pretty low. The problem is that like they lead to upside, but it's not always a lot. Like August were really high, right? And so we had a nice big fat run for that. But and like February's were pretty high. And some of the other ones not so great. Like April was meh. I don't think anything really interesting happened for like the May period. June was okay. Not huge, but okay. Not a lot in July, and then August was really big, and September was like nothing. It just flat, right? Like some like morning spike and then flat. Remember how you told us not to lose money after the August run? Well, I've lost it all. Congratulations, Beerloin. Well done. I guess we'll try again. I don't have a Porsche. You see SPY recovering tomorrow, assuming we don't get any overnight bad news. I mean, no. I really don't see SPY recovering a lot until after either PPI data will be so good that it pushes us up into a higher range, or we have to wait for CPI. I wouldn't say it's been consolidating. Still potential upside on M. Yeah. It realized a little bit of it on the last rally. It was doing okay. Hmm. I need more coffee or something. Oh my god, it's already 3 o'clock? That went quick.
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Oh, power hour? Yeah. Last two regional meetings, March and May, GME did ups. I was unable to trade. Flying out tonight for one. Not saying ups are going to happen, but they might. Getting diarrhea just in case. Smart. If the SPY keeps dipping, will that be enough to offset GME ETF FTD gains? I mean, possibly if it keeps dipping hard. Yeah, Upstart has really high, like, dark pool utilization. That's correct. No halts on OTC. See what's going on here with Jimmy's options for today. Mostly bought calls today. Bought and sold calls. Nothing super exciting, but most of the volume is in like on weeklies and October 21. Ooh. Jan 19th, 2024, 1250C. Are they scrubbing FTDs through Philly again? How significant is a higher close on on the SPY today? It's good. Let me check the Philly exchange real quick. No, that's how they keep GME off reg show. Interesting.
189,000. I mean, it's not an obscene amount of volume. 134 contracts, so it's not a lot. It was kind of interesting, though. That's how they got Rev off. Yep. But Jimmy's not on XRT or on Reg Show. They don't want Jimmy to ever go on Reg Show, right? The FOMO would be obscene. Probably Wednesday night. Gherk, my sister thinks you're cute and to meet you. I don't know what she does for a living, but she says she has a lot of fans. She loves movies by Harvey Weinstein and will make your toes curl. Trust me, bro. What a positive endorsement of your sister, Kendra. Thanks, man. Yeah, cat's going up again. I mean, Costco has a pretty good chance of moving up if the market rallies. So I would say a high chance that it moves up, but I don't think it's realized its lows yet. Gherk, or October 21 $30 calls good for GME ETF FTDs? I mean, I guess I'll find out tomorrow. No, they're cauliflower cheddar keto puffs. They're called keto, like KE-TO puffs. They're actually not bad after you eat 4 or 5. The first few taste terrible. Thanks, Fubar. Are you doing low carb? No. I ate a Charleston Chew earlier today. Was Charleston Chew frozen or room temperature? It was room temperature. I do see it, Dork. I have previously frozen a Charleston Chew. It's okay. It's not the best frozen candy bar. Would you hold spy weeklies overnight? I think I'm going to have to. Well, SPX weeklies overnight. I don't think I've ever frozen a Ferrero Rocher. Would no settlement today potentially push back the after hours run? No, because settlement for FTDs don't get pushed back really. They just fall to the next market open. So any FTDs that were due today are instead due tomorrow. You didn't miss shit. Well, we dipped under 3,600 briefly, and now we're kind of right back to where we were. So I guess you missed that. You missed this super fun bottom. I've already sold Upstart covered calls. I sold them last week and the week before. I don't have any sold for this week yet because of ETF FTDs, but you're talking about Fuvi? Fulvi. It's spelled like this. It's a type of like Pecorino Romano. No problem. Daily settlement time for SPX, I think it's like 14. Wait, hold on. Is it 1459 through 1500? but it's Central Time. So it's like 4. It's 3:59:30 to 4 o'clock Eastern. Or no. 4:59 to 5 o'clock Eastern. Ooh. $3:49 to 4 Eastern? Maybe. It's like it's 3:49 or 3:59:30. It's a 30-second settlement window. But it's 3:59 Central Time. So 4:59 Eastern. Yeah, it's like 5:59:30 to 6 o'clock Eastern Time, I think. Or I'm sorry, 4:59 to 5. Sorry, I'm trying to convert like time zones and military time in my head right now and confusing myself. Yeah, it's an hour after the market closes. Do you expect Rev Jan 35 $1 puts to be quite profitable if Rev doesn't pan out? They could be, yeah. What are your opinion more reliable timeframes to identify patterns like inverse head and shoulders and so on? The 5-minute or 15-minute. See you in a bit, Dr. Gilgamesh, King of the Dans. No, I do mean, well, Eastern, it's an hour later. So it's 14:59 Central. But that's 3, right? Yeah. Oh, it's 3:59 Eastern? Yeah. That makes sense now. Futures settle after hours. Ooh, I wonder if that's futures. Hold on. Maybe that's futures. I should just look this up. There's also an AM settlement for SPX. Okay, so SPX. Set, more info, CBOE spec. They trade from 8:30. So they trade from 8:30 to 3:15 Central Time. So 9:30 to 4:15 Eastern. And then extended hours trading from 8:15 p.m. Eastern to 9:15 a.m. Yeah, okay, that's for SPX specifically. Do you think Cat has more room to run this week? This week? I mean, we probably aren't going to break 180 until we get at least PPI data. Well, it's military central time to Eastern Standard Time. What happened at the start of the day on GME today? It ran up with the market. See? Like almost exactly. SS was predicting T plus 69. They really shouldn't. They're not qualified to count. Also, today's a bank holiday, so there's no settlements due today. Tomorrow's just ETF FTDs. It's not T plus 69. I mean, it is and it isn't, but no, none of them are actually T plus 69. That's just, they're just like estimating the peaks. Like August OPEX to November OPEX was 92 days. August OPEX to the ETF run up in November was 71 days. I mean, the trend just continues. It's stupid. Mispurposing DD. No, I'm still bullish for tomorrow, but it has nothing to do with T plus 69. Are you active in FWFB? No, not really. I should be, but I can never remember to cross post shit. Oh, Fidelity added stop losses based on percent. That's awesome. I think there's a social media manager that can post to various places all at once. Simplicity and all, just FYI. I guess. I don't know. I don't really care that much. Are Secret Lab chairs good in your opinion? Absolutely not. This thing's a piece of shit. Do your expectations for BUPS or GME during the ETF FTDs extend through to the 14th? Or will you exit your October calls tomorrow if no movement? I'll probably exit them to, well, T plus 2. So Wednesday, if there's no movement. Might be ATP Renzer. Oh, for shares only? Okay. Are Spy Zero GTs better odds than Red Black on roulette? Probably. I mean, if you're making at least educated guesses, I would say yeah. Where are you gonna cut your rev position? Not yet. You and Carl having some sort of pissing contest? ES is recovering pretty nicely. Ooh, and a higher low, too. I like that. Dixie, 34%. Is that a double top? Yeah. That might be a double top on Dixie. We'll see how it does tonight, but at least on the 1 hour. Didn't you say you would sell your Rev with a 200% IV spike? I mean, it hasn't seen a 200% IV spike yet. I'd sell a lot of it at 200% increase over what it is at currently. If the price of Revlon stays relatively the same and IV goes up, so say just like a lot of churn and the market maker see. Nope. So even at the current price per contract, they would go up to like 217. On a test of like $5 and an IV spike, they go up to like 250 a contract. At $10, they're at like $6 a contract, $5 a contract, depending on when it happens. Massive buy order came through on Jan 23 calls, 153 million. For what, Brandon? For ON? Semiconductor. Huh. It's a big bet. Does Upstart do OPEX? We're gonna find out. Especially if it stays on Reg Show. Gotta get that liquidity from somewhere. Ooh. Yeah, that looks super fucking bullish. Dork, the last one you sent? That's kind of what I was thinking too. So, it's nice that it lines up. It's not even for a stock you guys are looking at. Volume on Jan 65s is up to 235,000 calls. Huh. I'm not selfish as fuck. I just have to do like a lot more research before I can't just talk about things that I like. I'm not in that position. He is DMing me, but I don't want to type back. I would rather just say, that looks bullish as fuck. It's good. It adds an element of suspense, right? You wouldn't want people to miss the season finale. That's when advertising dollars are the highest. I bought my first 100 shares of Fubo earlier. Not a terrible price. It's not for Tootsie Roll. There's nothing bullish that's ever happened to Tootsie Roll. Except for Jan 2021. Thanks, Yaga. Season 8 turns out to be the worst. We're on season 30. I've produced more content than Friends at this point. And I made zero money watching Friends. But fair enough. Spy Ascending Wedge? No. I'm not honey dicking the pickle jar. Don't worry. You guys will know when I know. I'm not hiding anything from anyone. It's something we're looking at, but it's not. It needs time. It's got to develop. You can't just eat it raw. Are you selling the Gen 2023 590Cs? No, I'm not. Halton to close? Unlikely. I guess we'll see if we're gonna get weird after hours shit on GME though. Yeah, an ascending I mean, it's not an ascending wedge, but an ascending triangle is what you're thinking of. Would have the upside resistance the same on each test and higher lows. This is like this is just a fucking wedge. It's not really a continuation of anything. It's just drawn out consolidation. Right? The range is narrowing, so it'll probably break one direction or another at some point, but maybe not today. There's not a lot of time left. What percent move up on an ascending triangle? They usually break up to the next resistance. Like when you actually get one, this isn't one, but when you actually do get one, they break up to like the next higher resistance, which would either be like 240 or 250, or sorry, 3640 or 3650. This is just a wedge though, and a lot of times these just lead to a breakout of the previous high. So just like another retest of 3630 before failing. What's a good buy-in price for Docu? I mean, what's it at right now? Is it sub 50? Yeah, I mean, this shouldn't be a bad price for it, but I'd be skeptical. You could probably get it cheaper than it currently is. The problem is if QQQ rebounds, this is gonna rip. So there's some risk there. It's at all. I think it's at like all-time lows or near all-time lows. Maybe you could get it like, fuck, it was more expensive during the COVID crash. Um, Maybe you could get it like pre-COVID lows, like Volmageddon prices, but that seems unlikely, at least right now. And that'd be like 45, 44.60, right around there. And it's pretty close to that. DMD Stein's paper. Okay. I'll look at it. I don't know who. On what? Reddit? That's not a real message retraction message, Max Spires. You wrote that. Thank you so much, dude. Any chance to finish SPX above 36.35? I don't think so. Core CPI was the true MOASS all along. What do you determine to use call pricing based on IV change? Did you show it on screen? Call pricing based on IV change? Or was I pricing? When was I pricing calls based on IV change? I mean, you can, but are you talking about like how the IV of GME was skewed on the near dated calls? That's like the volatility smile. Or, well, in GME's case, frown. You mean it's an options calculator? Oh, just use a Black-Scholes calculator. Oh, option strat? I was just looking at option strat. Fuck, Rev 35s are almost the price they were back when I first bought them. Is Revlon still just getting hammered today? Bets they try to short the fuck out of it over the next 2 days. Still a higher, same low, higher low, slightly higher. Remember the 2 giga dips on meaningless news? Yeah. Another day with low volume for GME. It's like 2.6 million, 2.73 million volume. It's not that bad. No, that's just 2.73 million. Pre-split doesn't matter. A unit of a share is a unit, and it is traded 2.74 million units today. What you're thinking of is the turnover is lower, and it is. There's less capital flow into GameStop than there was previously. Are you gonna play Upstart OPEX? I mean, yeah. 84 years from now. Pre-split, that would be, yeah, I know. Are people selling out of Rev 35Cs? Maybe. Daily volume accounting for split shares is absolutely relevant, especially when tracking things like VWAP. No? No? That's already split. I mean, you're just assuming like the same amount of capital flow. So shares were more expensive, so equivalent volume previously would have cost more money. But the amount of capital flowing into GME is drastically reduced since the split. One share short is still one share short. One share long is one share long. One FTD is one FTD, and an FTD only takes one share to resolve, not 4. So there's no like, it's already done, right? There's no comparison. Yeah, it seems like Rev 35s have gone up. I think it's because they're selling them. Like they're selling massive quantities of them to short the volatility. kind of percent move is possible on Upstart OPEX, do you think? I mean, Gamma Max on Upstart's really high, but I have no idea. Expecting Prop 27 to pass in Cali to help Fubo. I don't see why I'd get turned down, but propositions in California are weird. Who knows? What an exciting day on the market. Not really. Hey, it broke down. We might actually have some liquidity in the market tomorrow, though. With the bond market being closed today and all the settlement getting deferred over. So your entire October GME calls lie on XRT staying on Reg Show until tomorrow? It will. It won't come off Reg Show until there's like a big volume event. I have no doubt that XRT will remain on Reg Show today. There's no settlement today. How the fuck could they get it off Reg Show? It has to have 5 consecutive days of failures below 10,000 or 0.05% of the shares outstanding. So how do we know GME is the cause of XRT being reg showed and not another stock? We don't. It could be any of the stocks in the basket, and it's none of them are the cause. The cause of XRT being reg showed is them failing to cover discrepancies on reg show for a period of 5 days or longer, right? There's like discrepancies in the nav that aren't being covered intentionally so that it goes on reg show. Otherwise, you can't reg show an ETF. They have infinite shares outstanding. What happens to all those sold 35s on Rev by MMs to manage volatility? If the price runs, it's not necessarily MMs selling them. MMs have to buy back or just ignore it since they know they can keep it under 35. Well, I mean, they're selling them at like 0.5 today, right? So if Ivy spikes, then it's gonna Hello? I don't know if it's working. Don't see. Oh, let me try resetting. All right. Is that up? Okay. Nope, I'm back. It's up and running. I mean, it doesn't matter. The market's closed. So, big drop today down to that 35.95, 38.88 level. And then nice rebound after the 3600 puts maybe got closed off. I think we could still revisit that level tomorrow. I don't think that's out of the question at this point. There's still a lot of puts open at 3600, and the ones we did see closed out probably not sufficient to push us up. Obviously not sufficient to push us up into that higher range at 3650. And those 3650 puts are definitely going to stay open probably until CPI. So later into this week. Rev's not squarting to two, is that 2 million? You forgot the second comma. Lagging. I think something updated. Or my USB cable got pulled out. Yeah, nice. 2, 0, 1,000. Anyway, yeah, so that's about it. GME still potentially has settlement tomorrow. Upstart maybe as well. Caterpillar just holding 180, really not moving much. Everything else, you know, kind of just tracking the market. I know wheat was up today. Revlon down massively. Big IV short. We'll see how that turns out soon. That's about it. All right, guys. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. All right.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.